Good evening, all audio video checks are good for webinar. I am now going to the background.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Tampa City Council evening meeting. At this time, may we have roll call, please?
Carlson. Hurtak.
Here.
Clendenin. Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
We have physical quorum.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Let's do some housekeeping.
The first is a request from an applicant for item 3 to be heard before item 2, if that's the pleasure of council to grant that request. Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor? Aye. You said 3 before 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then?
All right. Next, we have agenda item 10. The applicant's representative has requested this item to be withdrawn. Would it be please remove it from the agenda?
Allow to withdraw.
All right. Motion to withdraw item number 10, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Yes, sir. What's next?
Lastly is item 13. It is a misnotice and cannot be heard. Please remove it from the agenda.
May I have a motion to remove? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
Yes, sir.
So we'll have item number 1 with Councilmember Miranda.
Honorable Chairman, honorable members of Tampa City Council, my pleasure this afternoon to introduce some young people and some that are not too young, that once a year they do something that's really great for this country. The purpose is that we have honored 2 from the American Legion High School Oratorical Contest and 2 from the American Heritage Girls who competed in the citizenship in the government badge. And both of these things are fundamentally what this country is all about being honored and doing the right thing. The introduction of the gentleman who's taken over Post 5 is a very well-known individual in this area. Not only here, but he's a veteran of the United States Navy, retired police officer, and Christopher Man Song Hing is the USS Tampa Post 5 commander, and the 2 Heritage girls are Charlotte Lura and Abby Kowalski, who competed in the American Heritage Girls Citizenship Badge. And I believe that the commander and his wife would like to make a presentation, and just for that, his lovely wife and the commander.
Thank you.
Let me start before you.
Good evening. The American Heritage Girls is a faith-based organization whose purpose is to develop these girls into responsible women. Citizenship and Government Badge is a 10-station badge encompassing various aspects of our government. And it is conducted at my post 5. It included interviews a public official. This year it was the Honorable Helen Daniel from the Florida 13th Judicial Court. I'd like to present these certificates. Before that, I'll have my wife read the certificates.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable City Council members and city staff. I'd like to present to you, to my left, is Abby Kowalski. Congratulations. And I will be reading the Certificate of Appreciation for Abby Kowalski, American Heritage Girl, Troop, Florida, 1231, West Shore Baptist Church, Tampa, Florida, and Charlotte Luria, American Heritage Girl, Troop, Florida, 0147, St. Paul's Catholic Church, Tampa, Florida. In recognition and sincere appreciation for your outstanding achievement of completing the requirements of the Citizen and Government Badge awarded by the American Heritage Girls, your efforts greatly heighten your knowledge of the formulation of public policy by lawmakers, demonstrated your commitment to the American democracy, and further fostered your development into becoming and informed citizen. Your accomplishment is advancement of the American Legion youth and community activity programs dedicated to God and country. This is presented to you today by Commander Christopher Mansong-Hing, presented by the USF's Tampa Post 5, Department of Florida, this 11th day of April 2024.
Go ahead if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay, very good. Thank you.
We do not have Charlotte with us today, but we will be sure that she gets her certificate. Thank you.
thank you very much. Congratulations.
Don't leave, young lady. You're Charlotte, right? Abby Kowalski. Abby, if I may call you Abby? Abby, it's my pleasure to present to Abby Kowalski, the American Heritage Girls Troop 1231 from the West Shore Baptist Church in Tampa, Florida. It's with great pleasure that the City Council of the City of Tampa, Florida presents to you this commendation for successfully completing the requirements of the American Heritage Girls Citizenship and Government Badge on January 13, 2024, hosted by the American Legion USS Post Number 5 in Tampa, Florida. By earning this badge, you demonstrated the value that you place on your responsibility as an American citizen. You gain an understanding of the mechanics of the national issues, including the national debt. That means a lot of money. The immigration, the citizenship process, federal and local taxes, voting rights, very important, all these, the topic of government around the world, the rights and responsibilities of citizens, political parties, the Constitution of the United States, and the discussion of moral, political issues of the day. You are congratulated by the Tampa City Council on all the things that value America on a day-to-day life, and congratulations for being who you are and how well you've represented yourself. Want to say a few words?
Thank you.
I learned that, experience. Thank you very much.
All right.
The congratulatory words on what's coming up is one that's very dear to all of our hearts. It's very difficult to place first in any oratorical contest. And not only did this person place first in the oratorical contest, she finished second in the state. Along with her, with another young lady that did fantastic, and that person that did that is Lillian Hurd. Emily Peak, I think, was the one that I spoke about earlier. And I believe that now we have Glenn Human. Come right up.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Glenn Juman, the District 15 Oratorical Chairman. Just really quick, just tell you a little bit about it. Some know, some don't. And it encompasses Hillsborough County, a portion of Pasco, and Hernando County. So we're all over the place. I'm all over the place trying to work with the people and bring this program together. The Oratorical is a scholarship opportunity for high school students. Since 1938, almost 80 years, this has been going on. And it has provided high school students with the leadership, communication, public presentation, and speaking skills development, beside having something great on their resume for the future, plus making money at it. While they're doing this, they're developing a deeper knowledge and appreciation for the U.S. Constitution among high school students. The young orators earn some of the most generous scholarship money for college available to high school students, approximately $203,000. And at national level, it's $25,000. Second place is $20,000. Third place, $20,000. So it's serious money for people who want to achieve and people who want to really work hard at developing their leadership and all these skills. The program has featured numerous politicians, by the way, so it's just not a small program, it's national level. The contestants over the years have been former presidential candidate Alan Keyes, national television commentator Lou Dobbs, you all know him, and of course, former Vice President Mike Pence. He was one of these contestants. High school students under the age of 20 are eligible, and the competition, it's a 5-tier process. So you start at the post level, that's what the commander was talking about, and then you start at the district level, that's me, and you start at the area level and national level. And these young ladies have made it moving up the ladder with that. The only one post, and they participate, one winner, they move up and they compete. And the contestants deliver a prepared speech, 8 to 10 minutes, on the Constitution, on a topic of their own choosing, without notes or amplification. So they've got to memorize this, and it's got to be expressive, and they're competing against their peers nationwide, in Florida, statewide, and down to your districts. All your districts are represented here. And at the post 5, which is the commander's post, the contestant winner was Emily Peak, young lady here, and who received a pin, certificate, gold medal, $400 at that. It was donated by the law firm of Winters and Yonkers. Emily went on to second place at the Department of Florida contest held in Orlando on March 30th. So, moving along, the second place winner was Lillian Hund, excuse me, I'm mispronouncing, who also received a pin, certificate, silver medal, and $200 donated by Ron Bush from the law firm of Bush, Garzano, Rice, and Herring. Lillian, there you go. These are superstars. And again, I would like to say this is a fantastic program, last but not least. And this is a fantastic program, and it's something that we all should push forward to get our students a great developing leadership, and let's get involved. The councilman will give the awards.
Commander, come with me, please. And I'm remiss if I didn't say that our good friend, the colonel, that's what he is. He's a dedicated individual, a U.S. Army officer, veteran of combat services in Afghanistan, Iraq, Bosnia, assigned to EUCOM, CENTCOM, regions of the military intelligence officer, and a Russian foreign area officer. Glenn Human is the 15th District Oratorical Chairman and the 2nd Oratorical Chairman. He does what is necessary to do to bring this area of here of Hillsborough, Pasco, and Hernando County up to the standards to win, and he's done an excellent job. And I have the commander with me, and they're going to help us make the presentation to the second place winner. There's no losers. Is Lillian Hud. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. I'd like to thank the American Legion for giving me this opportunity, and my coach, Ms. Collins, for her commitment to our team. Thank you.
The winner of the area, the first place winner, and the second in the state of Florida is Emily Peak. Emily? Say a few words.
Hi, good afternoon. I would like to say thank you first to the American Legion for providing this opportunity in this program, as I know personally it served me very, very well. I've learned so much. Thank you to Post 5 and District 15 for sponsoring. And lastly, thank you to City Council for this recognition and this honor. I am very touched and honored. Thank you so much.
Let me, in closing, let me say this. I can't speak for you other 6 council members, but this council member couldn't hold a candle to these 2 young ladies. They really are sharp, they're really intelligent, and they got a fantastic outlook for the future, and thank you for doing what you all do, all of you. It's our pleasure to have you here on a yearly basis. Congratulations to both of you. I'm sure you're going to do much better than a lot of people think, because I know you guys, the difference between a winner and a loser, that a winner doesn't like to lose. Take care of yourself. God bless you.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations again. So at this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to open all the public hearings. We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Aye. If anybody is going to be speaking on any of the items tonight, because we're starting with number 3 first, please stand, raise your right hand. If you're going to be speaking tonight, raise your right hand, stand, and we will swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Go ahead with item number 3.
St. Thomas Development Coordination, agenda item number 3 is RAZ 2388, a request to rezone 203 South Moody Avenue from residential office 1 to planned development for residential multifamily townhomes. This item was continued from the January 18th public hearing. Some slight modifications have been made to the site plan by adding some additional green area. However, those areas do not add or count towards green space. Natural Resources still does have some concerns with the with the site plan, and those will be addressed later on in the presentation. I'll turn it over to Danny now with the Planning Commission.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. Our first case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, specifically in the South Howard neighborhood. The subject site is within Evacuation Zone C. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site outlined in this purple color is south of the West Cleveland and South Moody Avenue intersection. There are some surrounding residential uses to the subject site, as well as some non-residential uses 1 block east of the site along Howard Avenue. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site. It's recognized under the Residential 35 designation. That category is to the north, east, and south of the site. Directly to the west is this Community Mixed Use 35, which is a mixed use land use category. That category is found predominantly along Armenia Avenue and South Howard Avenue, which is 1 block to the east of the site. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the surrounding area and found the request consistent with the development pattern on this portion of South Moody Avenue. The request is consistent with the density planned for under the R35 and is consistent with policies that support infill development on vacant and underutilized lands. Planning Commission staff finds the request will allow for compatible infill development in an area planned for 35 dwelling units per acre. The entrances to units 1 and 2 are oriented towards and connect to the sidewalk adjacent to South Moody Avenue. Pathways from the entrances to the rear units, those are units 3 and 4, connect to the sidewalk on South Moody Avenue, meeting the intent of Land Use Policy 9.2.6. The PD proposes a sidewalk adjacent to the site along South Moody Avenue in an area where sidewalks are presently lacking, consistent with several mobility policies. Finally, the request is consistent with the plan's housing policy, specifically those policies that speak to ensuring housing is available to meet Tampa's population demands. The request will provide additional housing choices within proximity to transit along West Cleveland Avenue, as well as Howard Avenue in Armenia, consistent with the comprehensive plan. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the Tampa comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Nope, thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. We'll start out with an aerial view of the subject site. As Danny mentioned, you have a mixture of residential uses and office uses on South Moody Avenue. You can see the subject site right here. You do have a few planned developments here where you have an office across the street from the subject site. Farther south along Platt Street, you have the Publix here. Then you have the South Hallador corridor right here with commercial general zoning. And then as you move to the north along Kennedy Boulevard, you also have commercial general zoning. And you can see some larger multifamily developments down here to the south as well. We'll move on to the site plan. Here is a site plan provided by the applicant. As Danny mentioned, you have two front doors oriented toward the northern property line up here with pedestrian connections provided via the sidewalk, and you have the same to the south. Let's see here. The max building height is proposed to be at 45 feet. 9 parking spaces are required, and the applicant has agreed to provide 10 parking spaces. The applicant is also providing a PVC 6-foot fence along the north and the southern property lines. Here are the elevations provided by the applicant. So this would be the elevation facing the alley and facing South Moody, and this would be the side elevations. You can see the front doors along the side. I'll show you some pictures from the site now.
If you could zoom out a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
So this is looking west directly at the site. This is looking southwest away from, so this is the site here. You can see a parking lot here that serves the Montessori school. This is moving further west or further south away from the site. This is looking south. You can see the parking lot there again and some of those single-family semi-detached uses. This is looking southeast on Moody. So you have single-family semi-detached here and here, and then you have a multifamily development there. It's more of the older historic development, multifamily there. This is looking east across the street from the subject site. This is the office building that was recognized under that planned development that I mentioned earlier. And this is a little bit farther north at the intersection of Cleveland and Moody, looking northwest. Here is the site plan again. Development Coordination and Compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request inconsistent with the Land Development Code. Please see the findings from Natural Resources related to the waivers requested for landscape buffer reduction and green space. Notwithstanding staff's finding of inconsistency, if council approves the application, modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. These revisions will not resolve the issue of staff's finding of inconsistency. I'm available for any questions.
So the inconsistency is because of the trees on the site?
It's related to buffers and green space.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Any questions? Yes, sir, Councilman Clendenin.
The site, so what I'm looking at, what is the required green space for this, the percentage would be for this space?
May I allow Ann to speak on that?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Because what I'm looking at is a building that's basically built lot line to lot line.
Aaron Mayer Development Coordination. Yes, so the site requires 350 square feet per unit. There's 4 units on the site, that's 1,400 square feet required. The applicant was providing 719 square feet with the proposed in front of you. I X'd out these ribbon strips because that's VUA, it doesn't count towards green space.
Right.
And then we had requested, there's a use buffer waiver from 15 to 0. And we had requested they swap the buffer with the sidewalk to provide, more, less impact to some of these offsite trees. These red X's, these are exempt species on the neighboring property to the south, and those trees have been removed by the neighbor. Let's see, and the other issue we had with this is all of these strips that you see in front of you are 2.5 feet wide, 3 feet wide. They can't accommodate any of the
trees.
required trees. So that was our concern. However, the applicant has been working with us in the last couple of days. Okay, and that's why we're inconsistent.
Gotcha, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Anything else? No?
So let me just say, the waiver is down right now. The waiver with the site plan in front of you was to 107 square feet per unit from 350. So the total green space was 719.
And that's just those 2-foot strips along the perimeter, correct?
Yes, sir. I answered it. He was just asking if there was these green strips along the top.
So that number you just gave us is just those 2-foot strips?
And the one between the garages, like these, between the
strips.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine, because they don't park over them.
All right, anything else? No? All right, we'll go to the applicant. Yes, sir, please state your name.
Steve Michelini, I have been sworn. This petition is requesting a townhouse project that's basically surrounded by office, multifamily. I think the staff went through and showed you. These are townhouses across the street. This is an office directly across the street. These are townhouses to the south, and they're separated by a parking lot before you get to the other townhouses. This is the office to the north, and this is the parking lot to the south. These are the other townhouses that are looking south along the alley, that access the alley. And this is the parking that's adjacent to it. We've been talking to the staff about the adjacencies and requiring buffers. I think you saw the site plan. They're requiring a buffer between a residential unit and a commercial unit here, and then also between the back here, and there's also CG zoning and multifamily to this side. So, I mean, this has been an ongoing discussion about why are we buffering residential from commercial and other office uses, but that is yet to be resolved. We're in the middle of those discussions. This is the site, and you can see the parking lot here, the alley here. This is an office. These are all multifamily here, and across the street is office and multifamily. This is just a color version of what I just showed you. We've approached neighbors regarding this project, and we have letters of support from the surrounding property owners that are marked in red. When we went through this project, we tried to maximize the amount of green space, and as Aaron pointed out, we're at 107 square feet is what we're asking the waiver for. And it typically on some of the other projects, you've allowed, not in this district, but in the historic district, they want you to use ribbon driveways, which is why we showed it on there in the hopes that, that they would consider that as additional green space. We didn't remove these other trees that are off-site, that are not on our property. The adjacent property owner did. So we had asked for permission from them. It was mentioned in the first staff report about those trees, and they sit kind of on the property line, and whether or not we could count them toward the tree requirement, and we can't count them, obviously now, because they've been removed. The land use classification is Res 35, which is 35 units to the acre, which is a higher density than you normally would have. Some of these would be residential 20, but this one is Res 35. The parking that we're proposing meets, it exceeds the code requirement. The sidewalk pathways are consistent with what the fire marshal would like to see regarding access and emergencies and identification of those properties. The Planning Commission, as you've heard, found that we were consistent and that we have a number of policies that it's consistent with, and I just ask that they be received and made part of the record. But basically, they promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure, promotes encouragement of development where appropriate in location, character, and compatibility, promotes more desirable living and working environments and conditions, promotes architectural features, and I think you noted on there that we provided, per the design guidelines that Steve Benson presented to you, with more windows and balconies in the front so that they are more visible and you have architectural fenestration. Promote the retention and reuse of existing building stock. This is probably one of the last lots left that has not already been developed as a townhouse or as an office. The design and the proposed developments are unique and therefore need the waivers that are proposed. These units are about 20 feet, 22 feet wide, and so they are smaller in size, and it's about, each unit is about 2,000 square feet. So we did provide enough space in there for the width, as we also had that discussion previously about the width being at least 22 feet to accommodate the cars and being able to open the car doors. So you can see the dimensions are 22 feet inside dimension. The waiver, if allowed, will not substantially interfere with the rights of others. As I said, this is probably one of the last lots there is in between all of these other commercial developments, commercial and multifamily. The waiver is in harmony and serves the general intent and purpose of the chapter, and you already heard the Planning Commission indicate that they found it to be consistent with the chapter and the comprehensive plan. Allowing the waiver will result in substantial justice being done considering the public benefits. As I said, you have a demand for housing. These are not huge units. They are smaller units, and they will help to meet the demand for housing. And it is secured by the chapter, as the Planning Commission staff already pointed out to you. It's consistent with a number of the comprehensive plan policies and objectives. We are adjacent, as I said, we're adjacent to a parking lot on the south side, and yet we're still being required to meet a buffer. The buffers technically should be applied to the other properties buffering the residential, not the residential buffering from another commercial office, which is on the north side, or the parking lot to the south. So I think that there is some flexibility, or should be some flexibility and consideration regarding that code requirement. We did agree to flip the sidewalks around to increase the green space, and if we're successful in being approved this evening, we'll make that change, which will increase the amount of green space. As the staff has pointed out, it's in the Central Planning District, and the site is residential 35, and it allows more units. You couldn't put 4 units as an appropriate size and location for this property. It's consistent with goals and objectives and policies of the Tampa Conservative Plan, Land Use Objective 1.2.3.26, .219, 2.1, 2.12, Objective 8.15 for Land Use Development Regulations, Goals and Objectives, 8.151, which is the development of densities and intensities. It's compatible with that. Land use policies 8.15.2, which is the category of unique set of zoning districts that may be permitted for the land use category and adopted, this is an appropriate location for this development. Each land use category shall have a unique set of zoning districts and may be permitted within the land use plan category as adopted by the zoning code. We believe that we have met the intent of the code with respect to the size of these units. We've reduced them, and we've agreed to flip some of the sidewalks around to increase green space. Encourage single-family attached and multifamily developments to be designated, including the orientation. We met the intent of that code with the sidewalks, and as I said, the connections, and it's typical for developments of this type to meet the code in that manner. Infrastructure goals and objectives, we meet objective 1.1, 1.1, 1.8. Site considerations and housing 1.13, 1.3.4. Low and medium density family areas 9.7, 9.71, 9.72, 9.73. Hurricane evacuations, we're not in an evacuation zone. So we provide multimodal options. This is near a transit way. So we also are providing access and options regarding Armenia and Howard, which is very close by. The staff analysis portion is between West Cleveland and West Platte with a mix of single-family attached and detached development on the average of 16.33 units per acre. And this is based on 19 sample sites, and the offices here meet that goal and objectives significantly less than the 35 units per acre that would be allowed. The comprehensive plan encourages attached and uses and designated with areas that are already developed in a similar and like manner. And as I pointed out to you, this property is surrounded by multifamily and office uses. The request supports the policies of the comprehensive plan in relation to the housing population. The comprehensive plan encourages new housing and vacant, underutilized properties. This takes an existing office that is currently zoned RO1, and it converts it to housing. The subject sites as I said, is not in an evacuation zone, and in conclusion and comparison, the Planning Commission has found it consistent. We would like the opportunity to continue working with staff between first and second reading to tweak this plan and to come back with relocating the sidewalks and meeting the code. This is a better picture of what's across the street. And this. And I'd like to have the letters of support we received and filed. And we have a list of them for you. I think that I've covered everything, and as I showed you on this map, this is the location of the letters of support surrounding the subject property, which is being requested for the rezoning. Again, parking lot here, office use here, multifamily across the street, and in the area all around. So that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Clendenin.
Can you put the aerial back up showing the neighborhood? Can you go through again, maybe pull it down a little bit so we can see everything's behind. There you go. Can you go through and highlight the usage, how this is currently built out of these properties? Are you familiar with what they are?
This is the subject property. This is a parking lot. This is an office.
And if you get to housing, can you tell us how many, approximately, how many units, or is it like, multiple units or duplexes?
This project is multiple units here. I don't know exactly how many, but it's multiple units.
Like more than two?
Yes. The ones across the street, I don't know if you can still, I need to zoom out some more. This is an office complex here. This is an office here. These are 2 units facing, I think they're 2 units. It could be, yeah, I'm pretty sure those are 2 units facing Moody, here, here, and here. But these are all single properties that are fairly narrow. These are not as wide as the subject property here. All the rest of these are multifamily, and I can.
And what about all this other stuff over here? That's all commercial?
Over where?
On the towards the left, looking my left. This the other side.
These are.
Yeah. What are those? And then what are the things on the end of the block of
These
Moody?
are townhouses.
Okay.
This is Montessori School.
Okay.
And their access drive you see is here.
And then the lots that are cut up. What are those?
multifamily, townhouses.
Okay,
That's why I said that in this area, this is the last lot that's not developed as townhouses. Everything else is either the parking lot or multifamily all around.
okay,
Or
thank you.
offices.
That's all I got, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item number 3? I don't have anybody registered. All right, yes, sir. Come on up, sir, if you'd like to speak. Please state your name, sir.
Yes, my name is Ted Gillette, and I'm here on behalf of the Montessori Children's House at Hyde Park, which is the subject school that's been mentioned there. And I would like to perhaps preface hearing the updated presentations. You know, we as a neighbor to the property, we're completely okay with, you know, seeing multifamily development. We understand the need for density and so on. But we do have several specific concerns that I'd like to bring to the council's attention. And then first a point of just clarification that was presented prior. They refer to the trees. Those are our trees. They have not been removed. We like our trees. One of them is an oak tree that would be protected, still there. And but anyway, so to summarize the points I'd like to speak to would be on the green space element of both the setback and the protection of our trees. Secondly is the overall green space. But third, there's an element that hasn't been brought up that's a specific children's safety issue, so I'll bring that up at the end. So first, if I may, I mean, this is our oak tree still there. That's the one subject tree, and then there's a beautiful cherry laurel behind that. So just, and respectfully, all we're asking is that the recommended 10-foot radius for a tree is respected, because otherwise we're being told the tree probably won't survive over time with that. Other pictures to show you the tree. But then, if I may speak to then just the seeking approval to reduce the amount of green space, and understand the need to do that to achieve some of the density efforts. But we respectfully ask that that be considered in light of the neighborhood. That you would notice a lot of photos being shown before, but this would, so this is a photo standing in front of their property on Moody, looking across our parking lot. But you can see the amount of green space, and these are all multifamily, as I pointed out. The amount of green space and landscaping that they have put in. The current proposed plan would appear to be simply concrete with a couple of thin strips of grass. And so I think just on behalf of the neighborhood, and I didn't, at least on that one chart, if I understood the ones that were approving it, I didn't see any of these homes doing that. But that would be my recommendation, is that the...
Thank you very much, sir.
Sorry.
I have a question, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
So the tree is on your property, the oak tree?
Yes.
And how far is it from the property line, do you know?
It's, I don't have
think you
exact,
showed it
it's
separately.
less than 5 feet from the property line.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably closer to 3 feet to the actual property line. Only one of the trees, sir, is an oak tree. The other one is a cherry laurel, which we're told is not protected.
Right.
But of course, we would like to see it survive. So, yeah.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item number 3? If not, we will go to rebuttal. Yes, sir.
May I speak on my third point? Is that, or should I come?
No, we only have 3 minutes per person.
Oh, okay. This is the most important safety of children point. Okay.
Give another 30 seconds. Yeah, there's no other speakers. Go ahead, sir, 30 seconds.
Let me go straight to the drawing. So if you look there, the yellow, the narrow one is the alley. The wider one is Moody. Their development, what I am showing you that has not been taken into thoughtful consideration is that the cars that would be having to back out of into the alley are backing directly into car line. 110 children aged 3 through 12 every day get in and out of cars right where you see the pink vehicles there. It's been that way for 20 years. We've never had an incident. And in this case, what I've drawn for you in the orange, first is an average car, 15 feet. But I also drew, today you have cars that are 20 plus feet. They won't even fit in the driveway. So you could be touching their garage and you'll be sticking out into the alley. Secondly, the alley is only 14 feet wide. So it would take, if somebody has a backup camera, they're a great driver, maybe it's okay. If they're not a good driver, no backup camera, they accidentally hit an accelerator, it is a disaster waiting to happen with children.
Thank you very much, sir.
And this is a view of what you'd see from the backup camera of a car backing up out of their driveway.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Michelini, you have rebuttal.
That's a tree that they cut down. That's a fresh cut. We didn't do that. I think that when they're talking about the backup alley, they have, on their property, they have a wide drop-off and pickup lane that's not even on the property. You can see it in this aerial. So when they're talking about backing up, the width of the alley is unobstructed. They have stanchions all along this pickup and drop-off point, and that drop-off is all on their property, and then it comes back out down here, and it completely eliminates. It goes around what we're, our property. This is the this is the Montessori pickup line and parking lot here, and then it comes down here. It goes off of the alley and then down the street. This is their parking lot. And this is where they go onto their drive aisle. So everyone else on that alley accesses it for their parking and for their drive aisle. Here is a picture. Here's a picture of the alley, which you see is gray. Here is their drop-off and pickup line over here. So it doesn't go, we're not backing into their pickup and drop-off area. The only place that you're backing up into is the alley itself. And here's another picture showing the gray area is the city alley. This is paved, and that's a Montessori pickup and drop-off line. It's not even on the city access. Here's the barricades that they have. So it's, we're going to protect children. We're not going to try to endanger anyone. It's a residential use. It's not a commercial use. It's converting from commercial to residential. And that's why we're requesting your assistance. You asked a minute ago about the access to the alley. Here's a picture of the two units this is just adjacent to this property. 2 units that are accessing the alley. This is a commercial use that's accessing the alley. This is more residential that's accessing the alley. Anyway, there are a number of properties. This is next door, access in the alley, that's 2 more units. This is 209 Moody, 207 Moody, they're all going on the alley. So again, we don't want to endanger anybody, but they do have on their own property, they have a complete access pick-up and drop-off line, because I'm sure that they recognize that they shouldn't be using the alley to stop, which would have been a violation of the city code. So they can stop on their property, they do. The pickup line functions just like that. I mean, I've driven by it several times. I know that they do that, and then the cars, then they transition on to the alley for their exiting. I would just request that the council consider that, we've taken a number of measures to try to mitigate any impact that we might have. It was found consistent for the land use plan. We are trying to meet the intent of the code, and I think that we have demonstrated that we've done that. This is another picture of the tree, and you can see the stumps here of the trees that they've removed. They've paved right up to the base of this tree, and when they come down and say they want the protective 10-foot radius, they have less than 6 inches of radius protection for that tree. This is the tree they're talking about. And we will have alternate means of construction, including pervious pavers, to protect the radius of that tree and to ensure that it is protected and will be maintained. So, I don't know what else I can tell you. I would greatly appreciate, the owner is here, and she can tell you about her hardship in trying to get this renovated.
Thank you very much.
We greatly appreciate your support.
Motion to close?
We have a motion to close from council. Yes, sir.
Same comments, development coordination. Based on what the applicant has agreed to on the record, I do have a revised revision sheet to provide for the record.
Okay.
I have a question about that.
Yes.
Will it be able to be done within the normal time for
Yes,
continue?
the changes will be able to be made between first and second
Okay,
reading.
thank you.
We have a motion to close. We don't have a motion to close. Yes, sir.
So for staff, I'm trying to, I mean, I do recognize what the applicant has said in the presentation about the accommodation stuff, but I'm trying to get past the neighborhood and compatibility with the impacted neighborhood. Can you identify in like these pictures, are there any other quads built on this type of piece of property? Is this compatible construction with existing construction that's there?
I can't say for sure whether there's other quads on this block, but within south of Kennedy and in the Hyde Park, South Howard general area, double loaded off the alley, from what my experiences is being in that area, is not uncommon.
And what's the rule about front doors?
The front doors, so the code does want you to have it facing the front, facing of right-of-way. That doesn't include an alley. Typically, staff has recognized that as long as you can provide a pedestrian connection to the sidewalk, then you're trying to at least meet the intent of the policy.
Is the intent of the policy to be forward-facing towards the street? Isn't
Yes.
that the intent of the policy?
That is the intent of the policy.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments before I ask for the motion to close from Councilmember Hurtak?
Councilman, if I could elaborate on that for just a second. When the discussions came up about widening the garages, it eliminated the possibility of putting a doorway there if you have a wider garage. So we are compatible with what the fire marshal has requested and what the staff has recognized as a reasonable alternative, which was the walkways along the side, as long as they were clearly identified.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Hurtak. Do we have a second? Second. Second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Miranda? Go ahead.
Thank you. This is just, as, I forget who's saying it is, I think it's yours, 10-foot sugar in a 5-pound bag. It's just too much. And even if we expanded the driveway or the garages from 20 feet to 22 feet, no front door is 2 feet. It just isn't. So I move to deny REZ 23-88 for the property located at 203 South Moody Avenue due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development, as conditioned and shown on the site plan, is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. I also adopt the findings and reasonings of the city staff report. I find that also that it fails to comply with Land Development Code Section 27-136. Although the proposed use is an appropriate transitional use within the neighborhood, the proposed design, as shown on the site plan, does not promote or encourage development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. For example, none of the units provide a front door orientation toward the front. And the requested reduction in the use-to-use land buffer will not accommodate any trees, nor provide the appropriate buffer to better protect the off-site trees. The waivers needed are just too tremendous to overlook in this case. None of the front doors face the front. They don't. They face the side, which we, as a council, have agreed that we're not taking that off, that we want front doors to face the front. The landscape buffer from 15 feet to 0 feet, the neighbors have said that they want that buffer there. But to me, the most egregious is the green space. We're going from 350 feet per unit required green space to 107. That's less than 5,000 feet on a 6,667 square foot lot. That is 1/13 of the lot space. The increase of impervious area is 2,000 feet according to the site plan, and that's just unacceptable. So that is my motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Henderson. Any discussion?
I'll explain my vote. I'm gonna support the motion, and I really did try to get to yes all through your presentation because it was a good presentation. I think you made a lot of good points. I appreciate the fact that you brought a plan that had more architectural detail, facing on the facades. I appreciate the fact that that you widened those garages to accommodate past requests. I didn't look at the alley situation as problematic because we want to engage alleys, and you adequately demonstrated that the adjacent school had a drive area, so isn't buried into my thoughts. But the other points that Councilwoman Hurtek make, I think, are well made. That it's just an awful lot on a small piece of property, and I think some of the compelling things is the neighbor showed some of the other spaces that showed front yards with trees, and so as far as compatibility with the adjacent structures and adjacent how things are built out, that is what that neighborhood needs and looks like, and so I'm going to support the motion.
All right. Anybody else? If not, roll call.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
No. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your consideration.
Yes. Wait.
Motion to deny carried with Maniscalco voting no.
All right. Next is item number 2, followed by 4 and 5.
You gotta just define them. Is there like a separate, do they gotta do anything? All right. Good evening, Danny Collins, again with your Planning Commission staff. This is Tampa Comprehensive Plan Amendment 2228. It's a map amendment for the Tampa Union Wharf area. It contains multiple addresses in the vicinity of the Ybor Channel. Just a quick background, this is a privately initiated amendment. It's small scale in size. The subject site's approximately 14.51 acres. The request is to change land from heavy industrial, light industrial, and general mixed use 24 to urban mixed use 60 and community mixed use 35. Here is the general location of the subject site. It's within the central Tampa planning district, and portions of the site are within the historic Ybor neighborhood. The subject site's also within the coastal hazard area. It's kind of hard to see, but it's shown here on the map just east of Channelside. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You can see there's several parcels scattered around the Ybor channel. They're shown in this yellow color. There's generally parcels south of Adamo Drive over here, and then you have parcels just to the north of Adamo Drive, and then just to the north of East 2nd Avenue. There are some heavy industrial to the south of the sites adjacent to 19th Street. Up along Adamo Drive, we have some non-residential uses, as well as north of East 2nd Avenue. Here's an image looking south of the subject site on the right side of North 19th Street. This is looking west. Subject site is out of frame to the right on Penny Street. This is looking northeast. Subject site is on both sides of Penny Street. This is still south of the subject site, looking north along Penny Street. This is looking north. Subject site is on the left. This is looking west. Subject site is on both sides of East 2nd Avenue. This is looking east. Subject site is on the right side. This is East 3rd Avenue. Another image looking south on both sides from North 16th Street. Here is the adopted future land use map. As you can see, the parcels south of Adamo Drive are recognized under the heavy industrial future land use designation. That's represented by this dark gray color. To the west, we have urban mixed use 60. There is some heavy industrial to the east of the subject site. Further west of the channel is the Channel District, which is some RME 100. As we move north of Adamo, we have lands recognized under the light industrial designation, which is shown in this gray color. And then as we move north of East 2nd Avenue, these parcels here are recognized under the General Mixed Use 24 designation. The General Mixed Use 24 designation allows for a range of uses, anything from residential to commercial, all the way up until light industrial uses. The light industrial allows for light manufacturing, light industrial type uses, and then our heavy industrial is more of the more intensive heavy industrial uses. Here is the proposed future land use map. The parcels south of Adamo Drive are requesting the urban mixed use 60, as well as the parcels on the north side of Adamo Drive. As we move north towards the Ybor local district, the parcels north of East 2nd Avenue are proposed to go under the Community Mixed Use 35 designation. The Urban Mixed Use 60 designation allows a mixed-use development pattern up to a 3.25 FAR. Urban Mixed Use 60 is found predominantly along Kennedy Boulevard. It's found along Gandy. CMU 35 is also encourages a mixed-use development pattern up to 35 dwelling units per acre, up to a 2.0 FAR. Here is a slide showing the proposed impacts of the proposed change. Currently, under the adopted future land uses, subject site can be considered for 100 dwelling units, or just over 1.2 million square feet of non-residential uses. As proposed under the CMU 35 and urban mixed use 60 designations, the subject site can be considered for 812 dwelling units, or just under 2 million square feet of non-residential or residential uses. The request will introduce the consideration of multifamily uses on the portions of the site that are currently designated as light industrial or heavy industrial. There was an objection from City of Tampa staff that is in your report. This went to the Planning Commission. They found the request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. They found it specifically consistent with Land Use Policy 2.1.1, which encourages compact, higher density development that is compatible with the surrounding character. Our staff report, we found it inconsistent. So you'll notice that our staff report is an inconsistency finding. whereas the Planning Commission Board voted to find it consistent. Based on that policy, the Planning Commission Board recommended that the proposed map amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions?
And I believe the city has some comments on this
All right,
as
we'll
well.
take the city first, and then we'll go to the applicant. Yes, sir. Please say your
Yes,
name.
Evan Johnson, City Planning Department. I have with me Ron Vila from the Historic Preservation. And I really just wanted to take a second to reiterate a lot of what Danny already said regarding the city's objection. We agree with Planning Commission staff regarding the increase of density and intensity in the CHHA. Also wanted to point out that although Danny did say it, you could do a residential only using FAR with this particular site in these land uses. So potentially that yield of residential units could be even higher than that 802 units, I believe, that we showed on the presentation. So I just wanted to reiterate those for the record, and Mr. Vila.
Good evening, Council. Ron Vila. I'm staff with Historic Preservation. And from the Barrios position, I'd like to provide you with some additional information. I think this illustration was already shown, but to kind of strengthen the position, this is Adamo here. Everything to the south of Adamo is outside of the local historic district of Ybor City. Everything to the north is within. You see the concentration of the fabric. This is the Ybor City local historic district. Everything within the red. This is the southern portion of the subject site that was within and that the barrio had jurisdiction over and reviewed an application. The duties and power of the Barrio Latino Commission under Chapter 2795 is as follows. With regards to the application for rezoning, changes to the land use classification or comprehensive plan amendment, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity. The Barrio Latino reviewed the change to the comp plan from GMU 24 to CMU 35 and UMU 60 at the public hearing on March 28, 2023, and they found it consistent with a recommendation to approve to this governing body. That was a motion of 5-0 in approval. The barrio understands that they'll get another shot at this. This is the underlying classification. As it comes forward, if a rezoning is needed, the barrio will look at that rezoning, and then and then ultimately with the certificate of appropriateness, the barrio will look at it again. So with all that I put into the record, they gave a favorable recommendation moving forward.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll go to the applicant. Yes, please state your name.
PB Council, my name is Tyler Hudson. My address is 400 North Ashley Drive. We've got a lot to ground to cover in this application, literally, so I'm going to go ahead and get started with this PowerPoint. Thanks, Alex. I think it's a lot more digestible if we look at this set of parcels in three different groups. Group 1 is what's on 2nd Avenue. Group 2 is on Adamo, and Group 3 is south of Adamo. All three of these groups, every single one of these parcels has one thing in common with this application, and that's that we're trying to pull the land use designation that's on its western border eastward. They all have that in common. We're not introducing any wild new shades of purple or red in this application. Groups 2 and 3 have this in common. Right now, people can't live there. Those land use categories today prohibit residential use of any kind. Group 3 is the subject, and it is the only group that's on screen that is the subject of a rezoning request later this evening. That's the last I'm going to speak of it, but just for context and so everyone is aware, if we are fortunate enough to get council's recommendation, approval of this item, we will be talking about only Group 3 later on. There are no pending zoning applications for Group 1 or Group 2. All right, let's get started. Group 1, I think, is probably the most straightforward. Seeking a request to go from general mixed use 24 to CMU 35 in the black dashed outline there, fronting Second Avenue. As you can see, CMU 35 is that lighter pink color. It's already present to the west. It's also present to the north and to the east. We're trying to pull that over to the sites we control. We don't control the piece that we're skipping in the middle. That's not intentional. It's just the circumstances. There is ample precedent for this going back all the way to 2006 when, as you can see, some of the entire blocks in this area transitioned over from GMU 24 to CMU 35. It's sort of an odd category. GMU 24, it's one of two categories in the comprehensive plan that really, the comprehensive plan sort of gives a shelf life to, gives sort of an expiration date, along with transitional use 24, which is somewhat present in the Inner Bay area. It's two categories that the plan specifically says, have no discernible development direction. It's sort of, I wouldn't call it a catch-all, that might be insulting to the category, but it does sound a little bit like a catch-all. And the comp plan actually mentions two parts of the city where GMU 24 is present, and that's likely not to stay for long. And one of the places they reference is, quote, South Ybor City. And back in 2016, it wasn't an area that had much of a cognizable development trend. I think that changed 2 years ago with this council's approval of the Gasworks PDA just to the west. So we believe there is now a fairly consistent direction of moderate, low, high density mixed-use development in this area. Again, this is not on Adamo, so we are proposing CMU 35 here. We think it's an appropriate change. It's relatively minor. It does increase the FAR to 2.0 because it's in the Ybor City Historic District. 1.0 is the baseline everywhere else in the city. A whole range of residential, commercial, and office uses are still allowed. The reason we're doing this is so that when and if this is developed as part of a master plan, there are fewer colors on the map. There's a more consistent land use that zoning would then implement. Group 2. This is currently a dormant strip club and a very alive pickleball club on Adamo Drive and 17th Street. I think Councilman Carlson referred to it as the Quonset huts earlier today. Right now, it's light industrial. We're proposing urban mixed use 60. Urban mixed use 60 is what was approved by this council as a prelude to the Gasworks development. It's already present just to the west. We're seeking to pull that to the east to create sort of a clear line there. There's a lot of precedent for this exact type of application going back all the way to 2005 as this area has evolved and more people have wanted to live in Ybor City. Before this industrial development pattern was as persistent as it was, these were neighborhoods, this is where people lived. What we're trying to do is to go back to that, to make this a place for people to live, and also protect an enormous range of industrial uses that you're not losing. I'm going to talk more about that later on. Adamo Drive is a transit emphasis corridor, and I think this council's had a somewhat discernible pattern of being more open to intensification and development along corridors. It does relieve a little bit of pressure from going more sort of deeply into neighborhoods. Adamo Drive, again, is a transit emphasis corridor. Your comprehensive plan identifies several of these and says these are ideally suited for redevelopment, intensification. That's exactly what we're seeking. So comparisons, this is an increase in density, as Danny alluded to. Residential, no one can live here right now. No one can live here in an area that's adjacent to a 5 million square foot development that this council approved 2 years ago. Can you do commercial intensive uses? You can now, and you can do that if you approve this. Light manufacturing, still allowed. It's allowed today. It would be allowed in UMU 60. Something like heavy manufacturing, you're not even losing that. Heavy manufacturing isn't allowed in the light industrial zoning category. So we think this is a really ideal balance with very few drawbacks, which is not a choice this council gets often, where you're bringing people into a neighborhood that people want to live in, while also preserving all of the non-residential uses nearly that are allowed today. All right, group 3. As you notice here, I want to make a couple points here. This is not on the water. This land is not on the water. It does not have deep water access. As you can see around, you have RMU 100 and UMU 60, which might be a little surprising. That's been like that since 2008. Back in 2008, the entire northern terminus of the Ybor Channel was the land use was changed, the zoning was changed from RMU 100 on the western and northern portions of the channel, UMU 60 on the east. There has not been development since then, as this council's probably observed. The portion that we're trying to change wasn't included in that original master plan. Just the way the ownership circumstances worked out, it just simply wasn't included. We're seeking to pull the UMU 60 that is already there on the border easterly to create, I think, a much cleaner division line of demarcation between industrial and mixed uses at 19th Street. As I mentioned, the surrounding channel properties were already changed to mixed use back in 2007. We know what happened after 2007. It was 2008 and 2009. That's sort of why there's been a prolonged period of dormancy on this project. There's also more recently, this council has approved some heavy industrial to RMU 100 changes on the west side of Channel Side Drive, which have all been approved since then for PDs with mixed use development. There's actually a specific objective, not as vague as a goal, but an objective in your comprehensive plan to promote the redevelopment of the Channel District. I think there's been plenty of that work done, and the Ybor Channel area. That is exactly what this comprehensive plan amendment has been filed in service of, this very clear objective to promote redevelopment of the Ybor Channel area. There are multiple comprehensive plan policies that this project embraces, supports. That is why the Planning Commission, after a very robust debate, which we might have shortly, found that when you balance all the factors, having residential development here that's compatible with the mixed-use development pattern that's been emerging since 2007 outweighs other concerns that might be present. And as I alluded to this earlier, it's a bit of a raggedy line right now. I do think that approving this does create a fairly clear boundary of 19th Street as a boundary, as opposed to having UMU 60 and heavy industrial, which can accommodate landfills and all kinds of uses literally right next to each other. This is the most important slide that I'm going to show you, and I'm going to not rush it. The zoning code divides the city into 23 zoning districts. That's before we get to Seminole Heights and Ybor, and the airport, the places that have their own special districts. Your zoning code, chapter 27, divides the world and the city into 23 districts. The 147 uses, some of them are very specific, like crematorium, bakery. There is not a single use in that table called industrial. When you close your eyes and you think about what does industrial look like, it probably looks like some of the uses that are bolded and underlined. Light manufacturing, warehouse, storage, major vehicle repair, minor vehicle repair. All of those uses are allowed in the urban mixed use 60 category. The uses that you are, and the reason for that is because they're allowed in the CI zoning district. So any project that has UMU 60 land use, when it comes time to a zoning, you should ask, well, what uses are you allowing and are you not allowing? We're not in a zoning, so I'm not going to address that now. The uses that you are losing that would be prohibited if this does get approved are in red. Those uses, we believe, are either not appropriate to be located next to a mixed-use development, or they're not economically feasible due to the amount of land that they require and the costs of land in this area as a result of all the mixed-use development around it. And I think this slide sort of paints the choice fairly clearly for you, in that you lose what is in red, you keep, and that's not an exhaustive list, by the way, what's in black. There's a ton of other uses too. All the uses that are on site now, they're still allowed. Every single one of them is still allowed. And you get the opportunity for people to call this area a home. I want to talk a little about the CHHA. This site is at the very northern edge of the coastal high hazard area. And with me here, we've got Keith Greminger with Stantec, Randy Cohen with Cohen and Company, who can go into as much detail as council would like with any questions regarding evacuation times, shelters, Florida Building Code, resiliency, things like that. But I think it's important to take a step back about, well, why do we talk about the coastal high hazard area at all? It's because in 2012, the Florida law changed and it required coastal jurisdictions to adopt a coastal management element in their comprehensive plan and to have a coastal high hazard area map. If you read the statute, the reason for that is because they wanted to make sure that if you put residential use in a coastal high hazard area, that you had sufficient shelter space. It's about shelter space. And the statute requires that projects that do put people in a coastal high hazard area, which, by the way, the coastal high hazard area is the same thing as the evacuation zone A. Folks who have to evacuate when there's a Category 1 storm, that's exactly what the coastal high hazard area is. It's not a different thing, that's what it is. The statutes require that you mitigate your shelter impacts. And your comprehensive plan says that too, that if you do put residential growth in the coastal high hazard area, that you have to mitigate your shelter impacts. We can't put conditions on comprehensive plan amendments. There's no site plan, nothing for us to attach to. But your code does address this. Your code requires that rezoning requests in a coastal planning area this is an optional, adheres to the mitigation formula that is in the code. That is the mitigation that's required under your comprehensive plan. That's the mitigation that's required under Florida statutes, more importantly. And that is something that is not something we can volunteer. That's an inevitable obligation that any project in the coastal high hazard area would have. I would note that this site is in the central Tampa planning district. I would note that this site is within 3 miles of 3 shelters. And so to the extent the council is looking for a limiting principle to compare an approval of something like this with projects that are perhaps more controversial in the coastal high hazard area, I would look at things like that. I think it's also noteworthy that as your comprehensive plan evolves, like there is attention to how to handle this coastal management element, because this has come up on multiple projects. We think that this one, based on just the language of Chapter 27, is an appropriate place to put people. It's already approved for mixed use. And with that, I'm going to end early. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have along with our experts. Thank you.
Councilmember Carlson?
Tyler, you know the questions I want to ask. Can you go back 2 or 3 slides, please? That one, yeah. So, you know, my concern is encroachment in the maritime industry, and you have experience in the maritime industry, and I know you care about that as well. So the prior zoning was approved in 2007 to the west, and now you just made the argument that none of these things to the right should be next to the housing. But several of these things are south of this property. And so what's now you all are going further east and you're getting close to I forgot exactly where the gate is down there, but the port is out of land, and the port is a strategic economic engine. It's strategic in that it's bringing in petroleum. There's some manufacturing that goes on there. There's material recovery. There's recycling. All of that is essential to get goods out of here. If we do recycling, we can't take the goods out of here, then we have a problem. Or if we have to pay to ship them to Miami to ship them out of here, which is what used to happen. So, you know, people in the maritime industry want to protect the cruise terminals, even though some folks want to get rid of them. And this is only 1 of 3 deep water channels. So if we get rid of the cruise terminals, we'd need to replace it with something else, because there's no more. We're not going to get any more land. We're not going to get any more deep water channels. The people in the maritime industry would like to reuse the banana dock. All of that's to the west. But the point is that now, since one zoning was done, now the justification is, well, now that we have people living there, then we should take these things out of here. The next argument is going to be, well, we should just keep going further south in the peninsula, and we should get rid of and then suddenly we severely wounded our port. What assurances can you give the maritime industry or our community in general that this is not going to be the beginning of getting rid of everything on that peninsula? And second, maybe this is a zoning thing, but you know, people move next to the airport and then complain about airplanes. They moved in Channel District and Harbor Island. They complain about that ugly, noisy stuff across the. That is essential to our industry here. What do we do to make sure that, as more people are moving in here, that they're not going to complain and try to help force us to get rid of all that important industry that's paying high-paying blue-collar jobs?
Sure. So the port is a critical economic engine for this entire region, not just the city, really the entire region. We're focusing on the 7-acre parcel right here. Can anyone come in and ask to move it east after this, move it south? To the south, you have petroleum transmission and storage equipment that is nearly impossible to imagine that ever moving due to the cost. I think 19th Street right-of-way establishes more logical boundaries than to have an internally inconsistent, raggedy site. So I'm not saying that anyone would be prohibited from ever coming and trying to seek that. I think it would be an exceptionally difficult argument to make, because what is this feature? It's right next to urban mixed-use 60. It's already there. It's not adjacent. To the south, I mean, first of all, I'd also note that there are opportunities that this council has in its legislative capacity to look into maritime industrial categories that could add further protection. But here, all we're doing is going up against the right-of-way, and this has been on the books for quite some time. We've talked to the port for a very long time. I talked to Charles Klug 90 minutes ago. We talked to the port before we even filed this application. They are aware of it. From what I understand, they're not objecting, they're not taking a position, they're certainly not here. And it's our view that on the balance, the ability to accommodate people on a site like this, in a city that has a material housing shortage and has a significant shortage of neighborhoods that want to embrace significant densification, that are on transit corridors, that are next to a streetcar, and that are next to mixed-use development, those opportunities are very, very few. And I'm not saying that the approval of this is without any cost. It's our position that it is worth the cost, because these uses in red, correctional facility, I don't believe anyone wants. Motion picture studio, if that became an opportunity, then we'd come back here and probably change that. But those are a very horizontally intensive enterprises. They take up an enormous breadth of land, as does heavy manufacturing, material recovery, recycling, and due to the, I wouldn't say circumstances of this council, but due to the circumstance of development and how this city has changed, the land here is too expensive for that.
Can I just follow up real fast? You talked about the port. The port is in a difficult situation because whoever's mayor is on the Port Authority board. In fact, many of us worked together 10 or so years ago to get more maritime people on the board. But at least the last two mayors have been in favor of getting rid of the port and putting condos there. And so if you're the port director or the port, it's hard unless your board votes to specifically support something. And so the other thing is that, as you know, the port is a landlord port, and its tenants run the businesses for the most part. And so I'm interested, I don't know if any of them came tonight, but I think there's some tensions there because of politics, not just because of this project, but others. The other thing, though, you talked about the petroleum to the south. Going back to that slide you just showed, is somebody going to make the argument that, well, we either shouldn't build what you're planning to build here because of the petroleum to the south, or is somebody going to move in the condo and say, well, that's ugly and it's dangerous. What happens if a terrorist? Because all those arguments, are we going to have to pay a lot of money to get rid of it because people are living in condos next to it?
A couple of points on that. First, I think how any land, any development addresses what is to the south is the subject of the zoning, and I can't speak to that. If this goes forward, I promise that will be addressed. On the issue about, I mean, I don't remember a ton about torts in law school, but there's definitely a notion called coming to the nuisance. And I think that, I mean, I'm not a condo litigator, but I think someone would have an exceedingly difficult case attempting to say that by moving to a place that obviously is full of marine infrastructure, which a lot of people like, a lot of people think that is attractive, that for some reason that would make the petroleum interests go away. I don't think that would be a good argument or a winning argument or a reason to make any decision today based on this 7-acre parcel that's before you. If I could go back to the dot cam, I'd note that there is a significant amount of heavy industrial land use left. I've watched multiple times Mr. Klug's appearance here on October 23rd of last year. There's no doubt that there are concerns about loss of industrial land, and this is a debate we should be having. The real focus was on loss of land that is on the water. That is very hard to reproduce. That is very binary, either or. We are not proposing to change the land use of anything that is on the water. Sorry. We are proposing to allow people to live here in a city with a dire housing shortage. And more than a dire housing shortage, we have an even more dire shortage of housing that's walkable, that's near where people want to live, where people lived in an old way prior to automobiles where you could walk to get things. Imagine that. That's probably the favorite part of most people's vacation, is being in a place you can walk to things. The most walkable communities in the city are out of reach financially for all but the very few. By changing the land use here to allow people to live in it on Adamo Drive, a corridor that your comprehensive plan for decades has talked about being a focus of redevelopment, I believe that's an opportunity that this council should take. And I'm not saying it's not without any costs. I'm not saying that it's without any loss. But the loss only of these uses that you see on your screen in red, I think it's justified. I think a lot more questions would be answered when and if anyone goes to develop this property through a zoning. But there has been a pattern going back 16 years of this area of the channel changing. Not on the east side further south, this northern terminus. Before it was the Ybor Channel, it was the Ybor Estuary. Before it was the Ybor Estuary, it was just the estuary. Mr. Ybor was still in Key West. This land has been changing for hundreds of years, and you're looking at a little piece of that right now, tonight. The Planning Commission had the same debate. We had the same balance to try to seek, which is hard. You all are in a very unenviable position up there. But it is our belief, it was the Planning Commission's belief, and I think it's the community's belief, based on our understanding, that it's worth it. It's a fair trade-off to let people live here, to keep an entire range of commercial and industrial uses, these are industrial uses, at the loss of the red uses on screen. Yes.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, we'll go to public comment. I have one registered public comment speaker. Jen? Is Jen on?
Tim, instead of Jim?
No, J-I-N. No, we don't have a Jen online, so we're gonna go to in-person public comment. If you wish to speak on this item, come on up and state your name. Come on up. Please state your name, sir. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Tim Schuster. My address is 777 North Ashley Drive, Unit 812, downtown here. I moved to Tampa in 1980, began practicing law here in 1984, and I'm an admiralty attorney, a maritime law attorney. So I've spent my entire career promoting commerce and business in the Port of Tampa. And I think there's a very simple way to look at this. The area you're talking about, notwithstanding the fact that some of the zoning was changed back in 2007, is within what's known as the Port Activity District. And as Commissioner Carlson noted, it's also on a deep water channel. I think we're quibbling when we say this little piece over here doesn't come up to the water. If you allow residential uses down there that go around the corner up to the petroleum terminals, I think that's a problem. And I think what people forget about is to keep our industrial areas, we should have buffer zones between the residential areas or some of these other uses and the industrial areas. So we should keep this area as port activity, maritime activity area. And the Crosstown Expressway provides a natural barrier, a natural buffer zone. We're talking about the area on the north side of Adamo Drive, I think is perfectly acceptable for for redevelopment. This area around the end of the channel, I think should be kept as port activity area, because we have seen time and time again that once you move residential into the industrial area, there are complaints. Early in my career, I spent a lot of time defending maritime companies along the channel across from Davis Island and then Harbor Island, complaining about industrial uses across the way. Noise from the shipyard, smells from the shipyard, paint spray from the shipyard, things like that. So I think there's an easy way to look at it, preserve our port area, look at the highest and best use of our deep water channels, and remember that you need a buffer zone, and this is a natural buffer zone from the development that is naturally going to take place on the other side of Adamo Drive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? Yes, sir? Please state your name.
Ken Stoltenberg.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Twice in one day, that doesn't happen often. I would like to speak in support of this project. I'm very understanding of everything that everybody's just said as far as protecting the port. Let me provide you some interesting perspective. I lived in the Channel District in 2007, and I lived on Channelside Drive at 1000 Channelside Drive. So I witnessed everything going on the port 24 hours a day. And what I found was everything going on to the east was not in any way offensive to a resident. I was a resident. I can tell you the flour mill made a lot more noise and caused a lot more problems than anything going on at the port. I've lived in the Channel District for 7 years. I think that the need for housing in our community outweighs any of the arguments that are legitimate and could be made for an infringement upon the port and our maritime businesses. I love the port. I want the cruise ships always to be there for as long as they want to be there. I think that the fact that the Channel District has become what it's become, and it mixes industry, it mixes the cruise ships, and it mixes now a neighborhood. If you look at Rotterdam, you see the same thing. And there wasn't much, there was no Rotterdam in 1946 because the Nazis destroyed it. I have been back there. And you see a city where heavy industrial uses, with one of the largest ports in Europe, work very well with a vibrant, very dense urban residential area. I think that the argument that these two uses can't coexist is a false narrative. If we look at the areas in the city where you can have urban density and walkability, this checks all the boxes. And if we can't, or we choose not to make trade-offs to have that happen, that on end, we won't have good problems. We'll have bad problems. I would much rather deal with good problems. And I think this is one of those things. So while I understand perhaps the hesitancy of some of you to do this, most of the property was rezoned in 2007. I was here when Gibraltar came in. Their timing was terrible. But I don't think that by changing the use here, it's going to impact the port in a very detrimental way. I don't think anybody wants to see that. We love living in the Channel District. I've been doing it for years, and we love the port being what it is. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, sir. Anybody else? Sir, come on up. Please state your name. Anybody else wishes to speak, just line up against the wall. If not, sir, you'll be the last person. Go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Captain John Timmel. My address is 3013 West Hawthorne Road. I'm here as a former port community member. I just recently retired a year and a half, 2 years ago, after 32 years as a Tampa Bay Harbor pilot, the last 5 years as senior pilot. Been very active in the port community. I was the founder of the American Victory Ship, started a maritime school, the Gulf Coast Maritime Academy. I put on the Stonecrab Fest every year, if any of you are familiar with that. I tell you these things because I am within the community, and I have two sons that are now presently working as harbor pilots as well. I'm here to support the project, and also in addition, the Ybor Harbor project. And the reason why is that if we look at any major port city, Tampa, I don't think I have to tell anybody, is a port city. It was born as a port city, and it's grown, and we've had enviable growth both within the city and also within the port. And they've paralleled, and they've sort of hopscotch, and both communities are swelling, and they're bumping into each other. I think this use makes a lot of sense. Look at Manhattan Island. In the 40s, you had berths all the way around it. Same thing in San Francisco, Baltimore Harbor, and now Tampa as well, where the convention center sits, used to be docks. All of Harbor Island, used to be Staten Island, was all phosphate terminals. So this is a normal progression. It's not bad. It's not a terrible thing. And there's a couple other things that you have to understand, I think, one is that it's inevitable. The city's going to grow, and we are in a good spot because there are some alternative places. The shipyard, there's two other shipyards, so the shipyard at the north end of Ybor Channel can be absorbed by the other two shipyards, and there's also discussion of putting it in another place. Thirdly, I think we have to look at the group that's managing these projects and the fact that Daryl Shaw is a local individual who has a great passion and love for Tampa. It's his home, and he understands its history and tradition. And we've met with all of the terminal operators and owners on Ybor Channel, and every one of them has been supportive of at least the Ybor Harbor project.
Thank you
So
very much, sir.
I think it's a good opportunity for the city.
Go ahead, sir.
Captain Tillman, I want to ask you a question. I know you're like the godfather of the pilots, like you said. If in your professional opinion, with all your experience, are you saying that this project or this approval would not impact navigation of that Deepwater Channel? It would not?
I would say it would absolutely not impact the navigability capacity of that channel. And the nice thing is, yes, you have some terminals down the east side of Ybor Channel, but the shipyard is at the end of it, and so it will have cruise ships on one side, and then there is a bit of a buffer, and then an oil terminal. But in terms of bringing ships up and down the channel, it will have no impact whatsoever.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yes, sir, please state your name.
Joe Robinson. I wasn't going to get up on this one, but when I hear about housing opportunities, and I remember when Henry B. Plant came here in the 1800s, right, Charlie? All of Hillsborough River was industrial with shipping for lumber and rail all up and down. You wouldn't have the round tower, you wouldn't have Curtis Dixon Park or Curtis Dixon Convention Center. It was all heavy industrial, because that's what the times were. Now things done changed. These young people, like you ever been to Baltimore Harbor? They like that stuff, man. They like to hear the ship. They like to hear that. Some people downtown complained that the train running down there. We can't run the train down there. The city had to pay a lot of money to get the right-of-way above the Museum of Art. So things change. However, what impressed me with this was this material housing shortage. Now, that's a good one now, material housing shortage. Surrounding past precedent been made. And you probably hear that later on tonight on two other items. Barrio Latino, they ain't got no problem with it. I don't see nobody down here from the Port Authority talking about they don't want it. The Port Authority talking about they want to do $1.3 billion development down there themselves. So they liking this. They just want somebody else to spend the money to make it start. Transit, emphasis corridor. Come on, man. These guys are trying to do the hookup the right way. The last time I'm on the Ybor Channel, that's when they used to have two invasions, the Ybor Pirates invasion and the Gasparilla invasion. You have two of them, okay? Listen, things are changing. Heavy industrial is moving further south down, almost to Ruskin somewhere, okay? Howard Kern we need, because that's a wastewater treatment plant. It's got plenty of land over there. But this is not changing every use that's already being allowed. The man got a little red circle here about what won't be allowed, but he's got the black over here identifying things that can still be done. So to me, it's a situation, and then he said, if we go forward with the other items that are coastal high hazard area, basically zone 8, have to have shelters. That's all they're going to be taken care of. So, to me, it's like a no-brainer. And if we're going to be the next city going forward, and we're talking about this so-called material housing shortage, because that's why I got up when I heard a material housing shortage. This is an opportunity to put some housing out there for some young folks to come down here, for us to get some of those people to work in the maritime industry. I'm all for it.
Mr. Leon, are you the last speaker?
Yes, I am.
No, he is. Go ahead, sir. Please say your name.
Good evening, Council. Christian Leon. My address is 2010 East Palm Avenue. And I just want to speak in favor of this. And I know the upcoming item also, Ybor Harbor. But I do think it's important to keep in mind other places in the world where we do see residential and this type of industrial port activity occur successfully. I know one of my favorite cities in the world is Vancouver, Canada, and I don't know if anyone's been. It's just beautiful. But there's so much beautiful use of the waterway, and I think that, you know, this project and the Ybor Harbor project both bring more people and more attention down to the Riverwalk, an extension of the Riverwalk, and I think that, you know, the vision of having downtown, Channelside, Gasworks, Ybor, all connected, and having people be able to float around that is just so important for our city moving forward. We do unfortunately have a lack of public space, and I think that, you know, before the city was planned, in a way, unfortunately, that kept people or made areas that should be public space private. And I think this is an opportunity to bring more people and give more people a reason to come down and enjoy this part of our city. So I'd just like to speak in favor.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, rebuttal.
Good evening, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, for the record. I think it's all been said. I want to be respectful to my fellow travelers on tonight's agenda. You all have a front row seat to what's probably one of the most exciting times in the history of the city, and you're forced every time you're up there to make trade-offs. Some are difficult, some are easier. Sometimes a 7-acre piece of land can bring up a really big discussion about big issues, about industrial preservation. I'd ask that you focus on just this one piece of land here. And in our view, in the testimony you've heard, the testimony in the reports before you, it is worth it to make this change, to allow it to be a home for some people, given what it's going to preserve for non-residential use. It is worth it. I believe there's ample community support for it, and we'd ask that you approve this item. And I thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'm going to ask for a motion to close.
Second.
Motion to close from Councilman Clendenin, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilman Miranda, would you mind reading item number 2?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we want to.
Wait, oh, you want to discuss it? Go ahead. Go ahead. Councilman Clendenin and Councilmember Hurtak and Councilmember Carlson.
One excellent presentation, and I think it's really important to emphasize what the applicant's representative just said. This is an exciting time for the city of Tampa. I think more so than ever before, we're on the nexus of some really great things happening in the city, and the transformation is I think people are going to be in awe of some of these changes. And what I'm looking at here of this, we just have this land use issue right before us today, and there's going to be other things coming up next. But this is the first step in part of that, because the city is evolving, and we have to make smart decisions about what the city's going to look like, accommodate growth, and really make this into this world-class city that I think we all kind of envision. And as people look at Tampa, there was a time that people looked at Tampa and they didn't consider us in that tier of cities, but we all know that we're living in a jewel. And this I think when we look back 15, 20 years from now, and this is all built out, this is going to be one of those areas people will look at with pride and think that this is the beginning of some great things. And it's gonna connect what's happening in Channelside, in Gasworks, in historic Ybor. Things are starting to come together, and that's what we're seeing here. And you saw that in the land use, these land use changes blending so that we have what looks like a comprehensive plan, something that looks like a plan of like how you would develop an area. And I think that's part of what's been missing in some of our hodgepodge of some other things. So I'm excited about it. I'm going to support it, of course.
Councilmember Hurtak, Carlson.
I think it's interesting how you call it the beginning of what's coming, because I debated this for a really long time, but the gentleman who spoke just really clarified it for me. I actually think it's the opposite. I think it's the beginning of the end of the port. I think this will not be the stop of it. I think that there's a natural buffer of Selman. There's a natural buffer of Channelside Drive. We have the industrial use of that shipyard, which is probably one of my favorite things in the city of Tampa, driving by that shipyard. I have a deep affinity for container ships, anybody who knows me that's been near me at a port. But we have 3 deep water channels, and we're taking half of a deep water channel away. And we're gonna put like sailboats or something? I really respect what the developer and his colleagues do. I just don't think this is the right part, the right space for it. I also have major safety concerns with the gasoline tanks that are right there. I think that's very dangerous. And I don't want to be the person that's responsible for that going forward. I don't want to have that responsibility on me as someone who said it's okay to put housing next to not just industrial use, but the literal highest industrial use that you can come up with. So I just, as much as I respect what they're trying to do, I just don't think this is the right place for it, so I will not be supporting this.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, and in talking about it's the beginning of something, I hope it's the end. Unfortunately, this was rezoned in 2007. As an activist, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know about the rest of the maritime industry. Maybe they fought and lost. But once the zoning was changed, it was too late to go back. And if some folks, including some current former elected officials, think this is the beginning, we just need to get rid of that whole Deepwater Channel. There is no more land. The land that is still available, you saw the presentation by the port, and there are others. The land that's still available has already been planned. Unless we get rid of the condos and houses down by Apollo Beach, there's no more land to move to. And 100 years from now, we're still going to need to bring things in unless we have a Star Trek style transporter, but or bring everything in by hot air balloons or something. But we're gonna have to bring everything into our community. Also, there are thousands and thousands of jobs there, and they're high-paying blue-collar jobs. The underlying issue we have about housing is that the job prices, the job wages have not gone up to match the inflation in the housing. We definitely need more housing, but there's plenty of land up by USF, but hardly anybody's proposing building housing up there compared to other parts. Everybody wants to live on the water. We need to build housing, but we need to build it also in other places. We also need to get rid of the edifice complex where all of our success is measured by buildings. We have a port that is very successful at bulk. It's becoming more and more successful at containers. It's catching up with the rest of the state. We're all still way behind other ports, but we're catching up. And it is an incredibly important strategic asset. When Cuba opens up, it's going to be the main port in Florida because we're the closest major port. If you look at other cities like Baltimore, some of the things they did were cities that get rid of their ports, they regret it afterwards because many times things like Baltimore Harbor don't work. Look at shops at Channelside and what happened originally, or the shops on Harbor Island. I think this is a different proposal, though. It's not one of these short-term projects, and the decision was made in 2007. It wasn't our decision. Since that decision was made in 2007, we can't go back from there. Also, what was not said is that the patriarch of the shipyard passed away, and so that shipyard in its current form, and also there were some problems with something sank. In its current form, it's not going to exist in the future. So we most likely couldn't keep it there anyway, but the land is too valuable. The port can't afford to buy it back. The maritime industry can't afford to buy it back. What this is suggesting doing is taking a little piece to the east and adding it in. I have great concerns about that because it's at the entrance to the port, but my opposition is about the future, not this project. I'm very, very fearful for the future of our port if somebody sells it out for a condo and gets rid of those important jobs. But for this particular project, the decision was made in 2007, and this little piece adds value to the overall project. I'm concerned about its proximity to the working port, but I hope that this developer and his attorneys and others will help us defend the rest of the working port so that nobody else will come in and propose trying to change it in the future. I am going to vote yes because the decision was made a long time ago. If it was 2007, I would vote no, but most of the decision's been made already. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira.
Yes, and just briefly, I mean, I'm going to vote yes on this. I think this does a good adequate balance between protecting the port and having that next step when it comes to continue to push for housing here in the Tampa area. This is something where land use meets a dynamic future here for Tampa, and this is something where through the land use process, we're creating something really dynamic, something really exciting for Tampa, while protecting our associated industry, I believe, here through this project. So I'll be glad to support this. Again, this is part of something really, really dynamic in this area where I think that balance can be reached from everything that I've heard and seen and looked at on my own. Thank you.
Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this was a concern of the port, you won't have 50 people here. You have 500. I'm not saying that the Barrio Latino, you get something past them, you need a medal. And I don't mean anything but a hero's medal. That's tough. So you look back and this port's going to be viable for a long, long time. This port has done fantastic. Maybe I'm one of a few that can remember what the gentleman said about Harbor Island or Staten Island. That was nothing but a dump with an old railroad track going there that they had 3 or 4 big silos, and when the wind blew from east to west, Davis Island would be all white, no matter what color house you had or car you had. From the citrus nitrate from the other side where the aquarium is at and the phosphate there, you had more problems in breathing that we never talked about because at that time, nobody, they didn't know what we know now. So things have improved a lot. I don't think that this is going to start something of a effect of the domino effect where they're going to take over all the land. They're not going to take over anything. This is something that was done in 2007, and I'm not voting for it just because it was done in 2007. I've said on my own conviction of how I vote. In fact, maybe I was here in 2007. But what I'm saying is that it's a need and necessity with very, very limited, and I can't ever say there is no risk. There's risk in everything we do. No matter how small it is, there is a risk. But it's so miscuous that I don't think it'll ever come up to change the future growth of the port. This port, the people who sit on that port, the people who work out of that port are fantastic individuals. They have made that port one of the finest ports in the country. And I hope they continue to do that because they know what they're doing. I don't. I can only say that I don't believe this is going to be of any damage to the port in the many hundreds of years to come. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just be brief. I really appreciate the presentation and the detailed outline of how you presented it to us, Mr. Hudson. I know that we have opportunities in other areas. I just happen to like what I'm hearing today, as it connects to what's already happening in this area. I just believe that this is just another opportunity to create more housing in this area that will serve a diverse population of people. So I know that the port is an important business entity for us, but what's interesting is that no one from the port is coming today to speak against this. So I think their silence may be an indication that they're okay. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I'm going to support it. You know, we have our sister city in northern France, in Normandy, Le Havre, and they have a very active port. I don't want to say comparable to what we have here, but you have the active port, you have hotels on the water, you have tours, you have residential, you have so many things where everything commingles and it's a good balance, and it's a historical port, just like we have a historical port. I think this is a very exciting project. I don't know what's coming next. We still have a rezoning. But this is transformative in a positive way, and I don't think it's going to reduce the strength of our port. I think this is tastefully and intelligently done, so I'm going to be supporting it. Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 2, file number TA/CPA 2228. Move an ordinance for first reading consideration. An ordinance amending the Tampa Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Element, Future Land Use Map for the properties located at folio number 189-779.0000, 189-778.0000, 189-777.0100, 189-777.0000, 189-774.0000, 189-775.000, 189-776.000, 189-780.000, 189-864.000, 189-863.0100, 189-863.0000, 189-862.000, 189-864.0100, 189-865.000, 189-866.000, 189-870.0100, 189-872.0100, 189-872.0000, 189-871.000, 190, I'm gonna change to the old because I'm running out of zeros. 190-93.0000, 190-087.0100, 1-895-98.000, and 1-89500.0020 from General Mixed Use 24.
Second.
Pardon me?
No, keep going, you're good.
Want me to read it again? Just
No,
for
no,
the
no,
record?
no, 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 you're good, you're good.
But you did get them all.
I would like to
Forget
read
it.
backwards.
No.
Wait until this meeting is over.
For general use.
General Mixed Use 24 hyphen quotation GMU/24 quotation light general L1 and heavy industrial HI to community mixed use 35 CMU/35 and urban mixed use 60 and urban mixed use 60 providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date, continue from July 20, 2023, November 9, 2023, and January 18, 2024, March 21, 2024.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Johnson-Velez.
Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. Councilwoman Miranda, if I could just get you to repeat that last, or read again the last folio number, just to make sure that we have.
The 189-577.
77.
Yeah.
I think you said 00.
And 189-577.0020.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Who was the
For
second?
correction, just in case I'm mistaken, I apologize.
Councilmember Vieira with a second. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
No.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 2nd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Located at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be right back.
muted. unmuted.
Welcome back to Tampa City Council. If we can get roll call?
Carlson. Hurtak. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Miranda. Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right, item number 4, Ms. Dock.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and Council LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. Council, item number 4 is a rezoning request. I want to show you on the aerial map, just the area under this request, just because it's multiple parcels involved. So this red outline includes the parcels included in this rezoning request. So it's bounded with Channelside Drive on the west, and 19th Street is on the east, and then you have the expressway that's running along the north. The addresses are 610 Harbor Street, 1705 East Adamo, 1616 and 1625 Penny Street, 1026 19th Street, 1821 Shawman Drive, and then folio 190093.2106. Also included is 608 North 19th Street. On the staff report, that address is not listed. I left that off by mistake, but it was noticed properly. So the request is to rezone the property. There are currently 3 zonings on the property. PD, Plan Development, which was approved in '07, and CD2, Channel District, and IH, Industrial Heavy. The request is to rezone the PDA, Plan Development Alternative, and CD2, Channel District, is to allow residential multifamily and all CI uses on site. So I'll turn it over to Danny to give his report, and I'll come back and give my report.
Yes, sir.
Danny Collins, with your Planning Commission staff, I was sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, specifically the Channel District Urban Village, and portions are in the Port Tampa neighborhood. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding properties. We kind of went over this in the last item, but it's primarily heavy industrial uses south of the site. There are some non-residential uses up along Adamo Drive. Over here to the west is the Channel District. Here is the adopted future land use map. Again, this will change. This rezoning is contingent on approval of the last amendment that we just heard. That's TACPA 2228. The western portion of the site is currently recognized under the RMU 100 designation. This area here, just on the west side of the channel, is recognized under the UMU 60. And then if TACPA 2228 is approved, this area here will be recognized under the Urban Mixed Use 60 designation. Heavy industrial is to the southeast and just to the north of the site. We have some UMU 60 up along Adamo Drive, and then RMU 100 is to the north, northwest, and to the west of the channel. There is some existing heavy industrial also to the west. The proposed PDA supports many of the comprehensive plan policies related to mixed-use development and providing densities that support transit, especially along the TCO streetcar line, consistent with the compact city form strategy. The design book also proposes many urban-style developments concepts with buildings placed close to the public sidewalk, internal pedestrian connections, and activated ground floor uses. Additionally, the proposed 4,750 residential units will also provide additional housing opportunities for Tampa's growing population. The applicant is utilizing land use policy 5.1.6 to proportionally weigh the floor area ratio and uses throughout the entire site, and the central business district periphery bonus to allow additional intensity, resulting in an overall FAR of 4.19. Additionally, the RMU 100 and UMU 60 designations promote a mixed-use development pattern by allowing the applicant to utilize floor area ratio to determine the maximum development potential for residential uses. The level of intensity is encouraged by the comprehensive plan, especially in the Central Tampa Planning District, which is viewed as the primary urban employment center where mixed-use development is encouraged to foster a vibrant urban lifestyle. Lastly, the proposed design book includes language regarding the intent of the Ybor Harbor as a waterfront district. The design book proposes piers, boat slips, floating docks, and parks to ensure that this natural resource is available to all residents, and public access and open space along the waterfront are encouraged by the comprehensive plan. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you again, Council LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination. This request before you is for a PDA, which is a Plan Development Alternative. We don't have too many PDAs that come before council, so I'd just like to take a second just to explain the PDA. So with the Plan Development Alternative, in the code, this alternative is allowed for parcels that contain 20 acres or more. So in this case, this site is approximately 33 acres, slightly over 33 acres. And it is coming in as this PDA. So with the PDA, you are provided a site plan which identifies a project boundary. Within that project boundary, there are a set of entitlements which are allowed. This is phase development, so as each phase is submitted, the developer would submit for incremental site plan review. That is an administrative review. Those conditions are reviewed against the approved PDA. And a set of entitlements and an entitlements chart is provided to show the drawdown. And it would also in turn show the remaining entitlements left in each category. So I'll review a little bit with you this evening on those terms. But the PDA is what would govern it. This applicant has also submitted along with the PDA site plan, a design guidelines book, bonus agreement, and developers agreement. All of those determine the entitlements and development standards within the project. So on page 2 of the staff report, what has been provided for you are some of the commercial development entitlements, which is general office, 500,000 square feet, retail sales, 156,000 square feet, hotel or motel use of 800 rooms. There are 4,750 residential units proposed. The applicant has entered into a bonus agreement. The terms of that bonus agreement would allow the applicant to provide, or the applicant has committed to provide 10% of the units as affordable units. So that would give 475 affordable units within this project. So what I'd like to do is just show the aerial map again, the zoning map on the site. So as mentioned before, the subject site has the 3 zoning districts currently. So just to orient you, so this is the expressway. This is Channelside Drive, which is the western boundary. This is 19th Street. And then you can see this is the site which is outlined in red. So the current PD on the property encompasses a little bit over 22 acres. So these parcels which are located in the northeast are the parcels that are not currently under the PD. All the other parcels are. So the site, you can see the subject site has on the western boundary, it's in the Channel District, in that special district. It's within the CRA. On the eastern boundary, you have your PD zoning that exists on the site. You have IH zoning, industrial heavy, that exists to the east and the south. North of the expressway, you have the Ybor City, the YC district, the special district, and you have your mixture of commercial and residential uses there. Northwest of the site, or just north of the site actually, because the site runs to Channelside, is the Gasworks project, which was mentioned earlier. That is a PDA. This map is not updated with that PDA, so we would update that. Also on the west side of Nucio, that development has started, the western leg of the Gasworks development. And then on the west side of the site, west of the site, on the west side of Channelside, you see the CD2 and the PD, these site plan control districts, which are approved for residential high-rise development with commercial also on the ground floor in those developments. So I'd like to show you the site plan that was submitted, that's on record. So there are a couple of things here. One, this is the boundary, which is identified on the site plan. You'll notice the building footprints are not shown. Those are provided at the time of incremental review with each phase as it is submitted for permit. So the site plan is broken into 3 sections. You have the western half and your western blocks identified, W1 through 6. You have 2 central blocks, C1 and 2, and then you have your eastern blocks on the east. What's identified here in orange is an area which will be removed from the site plan between first and second reading. This is identified on the site plan as a water parcel, and you cannot include the water in the rezoning, so that will be removed from this site plan between first and second reading. And that's also been notated in the staff report provided. I wanted to show you the development entitlement chart. So this is what's included in the site plan. This is also included in the design book. And this gives an overall, this is what would be submitted at the time of incremental, also to show the drawdowns. So it's broken out by the blocks. You've got your west, center, and eastern blocks. And then also your uses which are allowed. And then for your residential, your general office, the retail, hotel rooms, all of those which I've mentioned earlier are included within that chart on the maximums. And so what I like to do is go back to the site plan and just show you, I have pictures of the site. We'll start on the western boundary of the site, look at the adjacent uses to the west, and then look at north, the north boundary of the site on Penny, and then come around to the east and end at the south of the subject property. So this is the site. This would be one of the western blocks, approximately block W1. This is on the west boundary. This is on Channel side. We're gonna just head south on Channel side and then circle back to the west. This is another view. So this is west of the site. So this is some of the development that is mentioned within the staff report, which is surrounding the site, the high-rise development to the west. And then some of these parcels west of the site just have not been developed yet, but they are approved through rezonings. Here's our streetcar, which is west. This is north of the site. So this is on the northern boundary. This is on Penny Street. This is if you're looking west. So the subject site is on the left in this picture. And this is more if you're internal to the northern boundary, looking north. So this is if you're looking east on Penny, heading towards 19th. Oops. So this is on Penny. This is looking east, another view. That's 17th and Penny. This is if you're looking west. And this is a view if you're, this is the eastern boundary of the site, and then that's looking south. Another view on 19th Street, looking south, and then this is south of the site. The DRC staff reviewed the request and finds the request consistent. There are site plan modifications to be made between first and second reading. There is a revision sheet which has been provided to you that has additional revisions required, and there's one additional revision to add, which I will submit into the record, and it's regarding the tree standards, 4-inch caliber and 3-inch caliber trees. That'll be modified on the site plan and in the design book. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? No. Yes, ma'am. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you.
Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, council. My name is Tyler Hudson, and my address is 400 North Ashley Drive. I finally figured. Sorry. I'd like to first introduce the project team that's behind this project. This is a project that's been imagined by and planned by and will be executed by Daryl Shaw. Daryl's going to speak towards the end of our presentation. Our civil engineer for the project is Stantec. Randy Cohen with Cohen & Company provided the transportation planning and consulting. Dark Moss is our arborist. Ricky Paterica is here and is going to speak briefly. And last but not least, we had an enormous amount of assistance on placemaking from Of Place. Jen Regan is here, and from Easton, Maine, and James Nozar could not be here. LaShawn gave earlier a presentation that takes really a lot of what I was planning to say. I think at this point, everyone's very aware that this was rezoned back in 2007. I think we covered that in detail in the comprehensive plan amendment. Again, just to anchor everyone, what land we're talking about being new, what's already been approved for mixed-use development, the area outlined in green is approved for mixed-use development. What we're proposing to add is the area in yellow. I'm not going to go, I don't think it would be very helpful to go into deep detail about the approvals in place now. They were approved under really kind of a different zoning code in anticipation of a developmental regional impact, which says don't exist anymore, but it was a pretty dense mixed-use development. As Sean went through, what we are proposing and what the site plan shows is the creation of 20 blocks in a grid pattern, the imposition of a grid on what's now just sort of some large areas of land. A couple important features between W1 and W4, that's 14th Street. That's been a critical goal of the ports for some time, is to start to bring 14th Street down south of Adamo Drive. This project will do that, along with bringing down 16th and 17th streets, which are between E4 and E5, and then E6 respectively. We're also considering bringing down what would be 15th Street across Adamo Drive between C1 and C2. Obviously, it's PDA, a lot of work to go, but I would note that we met before even filing with FDOT, with THEA. There's not only opportunity for cooperation, this project only works with cooperation with the whole alphabet soup of groups, and I'm happy to say that those initial meetings were very positive, especially about thinking through how do we rethink Adamo Drive to make it a little bit less of a slingshot as you take a right at Channelside Drive, in a street that is a little bit less intimidating to pedestrians. Mobility, the streetcar runs along the west side. We do have a commitment on the plan to work with HART prior to the receipt of our first building permit, sort of where a potential streetcar stop would go. There is a stop just south on Twiggs, so it's not really clear if HART is going to want a second stop here, given the gasworks station that's been committed to just on the other side of Adamo. But if they need it, we're willing to commit to that, and that's something that we'll get together prior to the first building permit. That kind of curvy green area at the top, that's the Selman Greenway. And we think, and that was sort of the main focus of our discussions with THEA, that there's a lot of opportunity with this development to widen. It's basically a sidewalk now, but to widen that to make it a much more attractive multi-use trail along the northern edge of the property. I think LaShawn covered this, but just a quick refresher on a PDA. We don't have a ton of them, and I don't think you're probably going to see a lot. What's approved at this stage is a conceptual site plan. It's called a bubble plan, and a set of design guidelines. Alex is going to cover those design guidelines in just a second, but that is what's approved, and then through the administrative process, we get those detailed site plans. That's what looks like you all typically see as a PD, where's the stormwater, things like that. The process works very well. We're on our at least third or fourth incremental review for gasworks right now, so it works. I think this allows council to get a good sense of the maximums, the ceilings, the commitments we're making on things like open space, parking, without getting into the granular details that, candidly, we're not in a position to even know when it comes to things like stormwater. With that, I'd ask my colleague Alex to come up and walk you through a couple of features of the design guidelines that you typically see on PDs.
Good evening, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. As Tyler mentioned, these design guidelines are, with the PDA, kept in a book. These are details you would typically see on a PD site plan, and these are binding regulations on the development. So I want to go through and note some of those dimensional regulations and hit some of the highlights. There's a lot of information in that book. The first is the street hierarchy or the roadway grid, and Tyler set this up a bit as well, but I will go into a bit more granular detail on these street sections and what this looks like on the ground plane. But zooming out from this aerial bird's eye view here, I want to start with the Specialty A Street. That is that magenta color that's cross-hatched, Ybor Harbor Way, and that is what we would call the signature promenade of the project. As you can see, it wraps around the water, engages the waterfront there. That is the most pedestrian-friendly street in the development, but as you'll see on the street sections, they're all inherently pedestrian-friendly. The second type is the Type A streets. Those are the plain pink colors. Those are your east-west connectors. So those are bringing traffic in from Channelside Drive to the center of the development, as well as from 19th Street into the center of the development as well. The Type B streets are the streets that are highlighted in yellow. As Tyler alluded to these earlier, but these will be drawing traffic south from Adamo Drive. This is traffic coming south from Ybor City to the development. And then your Type C streets, those are the ones that are colored in a bluish purple color. Those are mainly clustered, as you can see, in the southeast corner of the development, along the northern boundary, the external peripheries, the land abutting Thea. And getting into a little bit more detail here on the street sections, starting with the Specialty A Street, when you think specialty, you think water. So there's a 26-foot wide boardwalk that wraps around here. As you can see, we have extended cafe seating, 11 feet for cafe seating. All of this is functioning to create this sense of placemaking and the sense of focus, highlighting the project's signature aspect, which is obviously the views of the water. The Type A streets, those are internal corridors, but again, as mentioned, those are the most pedestrian activated streets in the project. As you can see, this is quite wide for a street section. This is almost 80 feet. This is 2 travel lanes, on-street parking both sides, a 15-foot public realm width. And I want to note that because that's extensive for a public realm. The Channel District has an average of 5-foot sidewalks according to their CRA plan. So 15 feet here is, like I said, it's extensive. As you can see in the Type B sections, relatively the same, pretty similar to Type A. That cafe seating on the ends is exchanged for a 3-foot call setback or a flex space there on the ends. Type C section, again, relatively similar to Type B. There's a pattern here. Again, maintaining that 15-foot public realm width throughout every section, from Specialty A all the way down to the Type C street sections. With the Type C sections, it's usually what you would see as loading, unloading, service. But as you see in Ybor Harbor, we're, again, increasing the public realm width, and these are also very pedestrian-friendly streets. Second set of regulations I'd like to note is in regard to parking. This table will probably look very familiar to you. These are replicas of the currently adopted parking code for the Channel District in the CBD. We will be providing bike parking. That's in accordance with the city's code. As you all know, back in 2022, that was added to the Land Development Code. So Ybor Harbor will be complying with the city code standards for bike parking. Well, Sean mentioned this as well. This is the same table from the site plan, just condensed a bit, and the colors are changed. I would like to note that, as you see on this chart, we have these areas divided geographically, west, center, and east. However, as you all have seen on this bubble plan, block plan, or site plan, there are multiple blocks within each one of these geographic areas. So this project is likely going to come online on either a block-by-block basis or a multi-block basis. Like, this Rome was not built in a day. Ybor Harbor is not going to get built overnight either. The height is regulated by FAA and HCAA. As you'll note on the site plan and in the design guidelines, we do not specify a certain number value for height. That will be strictly regulated by those agencies. And we're very proud to have a pristine staff report on a project of this size and this complexity for a PDA. All the city's reviewing departments found this application consistent, as well as your planning commission staff. And with that, I am going to bring up Ricky Pederica, our project arborist. He's going to speak a bit to some thoughtful commitments that we're making on open space.
Thank you, Alex. Evening, Council. Ricky Pederica, Darkmoss. I've been sworn 308 East 7th Avenue. For open space, natural resources staff, Aaron Mayer and I, took what we learned in Gasworks and did some creative improvements. First, we divided specifically public and private, and then took cues from Channel District, which has park space requirements. So we now, and as you see on the bottom right of the slide, we now have waterfront and pocket park requirements that will go in the public spaces, and they have to happen before 50% of the incremental development can occur. That's something we haven't had before. And additionally, we've provided minimum landscape area, which is not something that happens in these urban districts, meaning permeable green space. And we've provided not only what would typically be required, but an additional bump equivalent to the green space or the area of all the canopy grand trees on site. Now translated both to tree mitigation, but also now to green space mitigation as well. We fine-tuned the street sections to promote additional routing area and provide canopy clearance. We, Natural Resources and I, and then the design team provided minimum separation requirements for successful trees and minimum soil area requirements. We haven't completed a full landscape plan yet at this stage, but based on the design guideline commitments, we will result in roughly 375 to 750 new street trees, only in the public right-of-way, not any private trees or park trees. We have 2 natural resources waivers, grand tree removal and minimum tree retention, common on kind of sites like this. But in 2010, the majority of the site, the area that was the comp plan change in 26 to that extent, the majority of that site was designated a brownfield rehabilitation site by the 2010 City Council. Grand tree removal and by functional extension, minimum tree retention can be administratively approved through design exception if it's a brownfield site subject to remediation, which we are. We are only requesting the waiver now for clarity to make sure that that question is addressed now and not through steps of incremental. So I can certainly speak to more, definitely the trees on the site and typical landscape questions, but I would like to hand it off to Mr. Darrell Shaw to make some closing remarks. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Darrell Shaw with Ybor Harbor. When we vision a thriving, dynamic urban core, we vision multiple interconnected neighborhoods, and I emphasize interconnected. I typically walk the Riverwalk at least twice a week. I'll start on 7th Avenue in Ybor City. I will head down 7th Avenue over to Armature Works. I'll follow the Riverwalk around past Curtis Hickson Park, past the Convention Center, past Water Street. I'll turn the corner up by the aquarium, and that walk through to the aquarium is a dream. It's an unbelievable experience that is putting Tampa on the map worldwide. The strip from the aquarium through to 7th Avenue is a very dead strip right now. The Gasworks project intends to address the segment that exists north of Adamo Drive, but visioning this interconnectedness of the neighborhood requires envisioning the remainder of that dead area. Ybor Harbor does that in a very thoughtful, material way, not without its nuances and its intricacies. It is truly threading the needle. Threading the needle because the maritime community is very significant and active. The population that is moving to Tampa, that exists in Tampa, is wanting to experience the waterfront. They're wanting to experience walkability. They want to experience transit-oriented development. They'd like to have the opportunity to not utilize their car. And those very people that are looking for that waterfront experience in the urban core are demanding or needing goods that come in through the port. So as our population grows, the demand for the goods through the port grows, and it gets even busier. And those two worlds interconnect and in some ways collide at Ybor Channel. And so I have spent a very significant amount of time getting to know the maritime community. I'm a member of the Propeller Club. I have multiple meetings with the key members of the Maritime Alliance. I've met with every business on Ybor Channel. I've spent significant time speaking with the port and their desire to see the cruise industry grow. And we believe that through this development in a thoughtful way, we can weave the tapestry that connects all of those uses in a mixed-use, urban, transit-oriented community with affordable housing, with access to trolley, to ferry, to water taxi. If we're intentional and thoughtful, we will be successful. But thank you very much, sir.
All right, any questions or comments from council before I go to public comment? Yes, ma'am? Councilmember Hurtado?
Thank you. I have a few questions, maybe for Mr. Hudson. The parking ratio, the parking information isn't really clear. But Ms. Shaler did speak about using Central Business District. So we're talking 4,700 units. What kind of parking are we talking about?
They pull it up to Tyler
Maybe
Hudson
Ms.
for the
Shaler
record.
might know better, I don't know.
It might be literally unclear because it's pretty tiny font.
Yes, so that's,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the numbers, but what is that really, what are we looking at?
Sure. So, well, if we didn't take advantage of the shared parking options that are in the code and that we would address at each incremental stage, if it was just purely, if we hit click and 4,750 units were there, it would be 0.75 spaces per unit, regardless of bedroom count. It's our belief that this project is going to have a lot of opportunities for shared parking, especially for uses that offset on a time basis. And that's a challenge of the PDA. We're granted a lot of leeway on being conceptual on some things, not on parking. So I would be very surprised if at the time the last building on this project opens, we haven't changed those parking rules. But again, through the code already, there is an allowance for an applicant to demonstrate administratively that shared parking is appropriate, because when folks are at the office, they're not at home. That's a bad example due to the times we live in, but that might not be the case in 4 years.
Yes, and that was sort of my question. I want to make sure we're not, you aren't locked into parking, because I believe that the longer we go, the less parking we're really going to need. So I don't want to overpark this. I had a question also. What is W6? That's
Yeah.
teeny tiny.
That's a
What
funny
do
little-
you envision there? Because I don't see a building, but I noticed that it's part of it. So what do you expect W6 to be?
Yeah, that's a funny little guy. All right, so for W6 is right there. It's basically underneath the expressway, which limits the development pretty significantly. I think that is probably a parcel that I could see us entering into an agreement with Thea to perhaps give to them for something in exchange for a little bit more room for a trail. It's not a parcel that we think, it does cut down, actually. It's not just that, it goes down a little bit here. So it's possible it has some access potential for pedestrian. It's just really a relic of the Mr. Lorton's land acquisitions over the years, but it's not a parcel we see as particularly developable. I would note to you that you're seeing my copy, so pardon the scratches. Port owns that land. City actually owns a piece of land right here, and parcel A right there. City owns that, former vacated right away. So there are a couple little parcels that I think, again, as this project evolves, we go in for incrementals, we do plats, which are required prior to each IRW. It'll come to light a little bit more. It's a good question. It's a weird one.
And about how many units are in Gasworks?
Gasworks at maximum build, I want to say it's about 4,250.
Okay.
There were 3,250 units that are buildable in the area where we obtained bonus density, and that's where the 325 affordable housing unit commitment came from for that project.
So we're looking at basically 9,000 new units.
Correct. At maximum build out, correct, yeah.
Plus hotel rooms. I want somewhere for a fire station to go. And we couldn't talk about this before, but we're talking about 9,000 more units. And it didn't even occur to me until you brought up the sheet where you got checked off by fire rescue, and I thought, we have to have something in this area. We as a council have been trying to find space to put a fire station, and quite honestly, your development is the reason we need one.
Understood.
So I know that this is not a time for me to be, as Mr. Shelby would say, this isn't the time for negotiation, but I really do think that since there's no other time for us to bring this up, I'm just concerned about the strain on public resources.
Sure, it's a totally fair question to ask. So within the within a 3/4 mile radius, there are 3 stations already. This project's almost at the literal intersection point of the 3 stations that are there. That's Station 6 right there down on 22nd Street, kind of in Palmetto Beach. It's a mile away from the project. And I would note to you that from a CIP perspective, there is already fairly significant funding to both expand by property acquisition and physical plant improvements to that fire station. So I think I don't know if that's a complete answer to the question, but it is the closest fire station, one of 3, is already budgeted to get, by this council, very significant budgetary improvements, to the tune of, 27
And that's
million.
because it's an incredibly small piece of land and we're gonna have to move it.
That's right.
Because we need to put 5 apparatus there, and right now we can barely fit 1. So that's not really a good comp for that. And I'm just saying, this is something that you're bringing a lot to the community, but that is something that we are not going to be able to, we just can't, we can't find the land around here to do something like that. And that's why I inquired about W6. Something working with Thea, maybe using the land under the interstate. But we keep bringing these giant developments, but we don't bring and have space for the infrastructure that this city keeps asking for and keeps needing. So that's probably my biggest concern with this, is that now we're bringing 9,000 units and we're not, there's nothing that your development is doing to help us with those needs. And I would argue that that's, we're working on a public safety impact fee, but that's not going to be in the books for a couple years. So what can we do in the meantime to get some relief in that way? Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you. Along those same lines, and I'm not going to disagree, there is a fire station within a mile and a half. But how many residents are they? In other words, were we going from X plus Y plus Z equals danger? So we're only at the X mark. When your development comes on, it's going to be X, Z, Y, because they're going to put a stress on that fire station. It's got to be moved. It's so small, it couldn't put out brush fire. It was built back. That's the only thing in the city is older than me. And it'd be a feather in your hat to just consider something like that. And maybe we'll call it the Deborah Shaw Fire Station. I'm only saying that as a joke, but it's something that is needed, and not only there, but there's at least 2 or 3 more that are needed, and because of the growth. It's population-wise. Those are numbers, not facts. You don't need them. Just the land in the city of Tampa is not expanding, so you don't need a more fire station for land. You need it because the base within that land is growing expeditiously every day. And between good people like yourself and your client, Mr. Shaw, and others that are doing a fantastic opportunity for them and for the city, don't get me wrong. And it's something that you should consider.
And if I just say, Council, we're going to be careful how I choose my words here. We're aware of the needs. We have had conversations with the city about the needs. This project has a pretty long timeline. The eastern portion of this, from a closing perspective, is significantly delayed because of the relocation needs of the current occupant. I don't think a week will go by where we're not having significant conversations with the city about the needs. And from a permitting perspective, you're not going to be able to get permits if if you're out of fire capacity, if you're out of sewer capacity, if you're out of any capacity. And so we're mindful of the impacts this project will have. We're mindful of the real estate resources in the area. And I don't want that to sound like a brush up. I can't point to you and commit where a facility could go, but we are very mindful of it, not because it's the right thing to do for the city, but also because the development doesn't work if there aren't adequate public facilities. And that's not just our commitment, that's the law.
And just to give you a classic example, I think Fire Station 1, that's, looks like it was, I think that was built 1977. I'm not sure, but I think it was. And so just 77 to 2000, it's a long time. And now to 24, that's almost 50 years. And the population, when that fire station was built, there was nothing. There was nothing downtown other than Harbor Island was vacant. Citrus nitrate was everywhere. We had a jail. That was about it. And big difference has happened since then. And we're just thinking out loud, just having a conversation. In fact, I'm going back to 2007 when you brought it up. It was that council that changed it. I don't think that was your firm that handled that case. In my mind, I think it was Dave Mechanic. But my computer ain't working too well today. I got
You're correct, sir.
So I'm trying to think out loud, but I'm almost sure it was Dave Mechanic.
It was, sir.
Thank you.
Yes? Yes, sir.
Tyler, I want to ask you a question. Legal can shut me down or help answer it. We were talking about the maritime industry. I know in some cases when people develop next to industrial area, like an airport, there are some riders or whatever requirements that if people move into apartments or something, they have to sign that they understand that it's a working industrial area. Is that possible to do that? And is it appropriate to talk about it in this forum? My concern is I don't want people to move into the condos next to the working port and then say, well, now you need to get rid of the working port because I don't like the way it looks.
Sure. I think it's appropriate. It's a fair question. I believe Water Street perhaps did that. What you're asking about is essentially in any residential ownership situation like a condominium, that you include in that disclaimers, releases about the noise, the emissions, the light, vibration that's already there, and that they acknowledge it's there. And we don't know. I would want to talk to Kate and work through what that would look like. But I mean, it could be that prior to the certificate of occupancy for a residential building, that the applicant would demonstrate that either there's a recorded document for a condo or something in the lease with that type of disclaimer language. I mean, that does happen. That's not like a wild idea.
And for me, it's less of a disclaimer. Sounds like a liability disclosure, but to me, it's more of making the tenant aware that
sure, it makes our life easier too. I mean,
ideally, it would say you're moving next to industrial area, you can't complain about it. That would be the First Amendment wouldn't allow that. But if there was any way to work on that, that would be great.
I think Kate and I can come up with a note between first and second reading that addresses it. Yeah.
Wait, Councilman Beer, then Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I appreciate the, policy discussions on Tampa Fire Rescue. That's why, maybe 4.5 or so years ago, we first started talking about a public safety master plan, and it goes to issues like this. This is a policy issue. For me, that's a policy issue versus this being a legal issue that we're here before us. And I want to make sure, obviously, no objections from Tampa Fire Rescue Public Safety on this, I would assume. Yeah. And so for me, I've been very vocal about this for years. I think that local government, especially the city of Tampa, there's been a big failure to keep up with growth in the city of Tampa with the public safety infrastructure that we need, right, all over the city. But that's a policy discussion. I wouldn't want to confuse that with the legal issues at hand. For me, obviously, I've strongly supported more fire stations throughout our city of Tampa, et cetera. But on my own end, I don't want to confuse the legal with the policy. But but it is a good policy discussion to have, obviously.
Councilmember Hurtak.
I just wanted to see if we could retroactively add something about the Ybor chickens to Gasworks. Just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, because
they're staying.
Yeah, no, but just warning people because we get complaints.
Really?
Yeah, we do. People move into Ybor and complain about the chickens. So I'm just saying, be nice to add that if you're going to talk about letting people know where they're moving.
That's shocking to me.
Keep it going, keep it going.
I thought you were gonna suggest sending them to Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Whoa.
Ooh.
All right.
So no, I
Never.
actually have something to say. So, Council, I want to echo what Councilman Bureau just said, because I don't want to get side railed on this other discussion, because there's a divide between the issue before us today that we have to discuss and then the public policy issues about government provided services. I think that's, something that we obviously we have an active conversation on council about how we're going to fund these public safety entity amenities. But I don't necessarily think that, I would just caution my colleagues not to tie these things together, because while we have to consider that as we have the discussion on building fire stations about the needs for those, I think so hopefully this project will move forward. When we come back and talk about fire stations, we can talk about why we have to fund them and what we have to do and use this as justification for that. But I don't necessarily think that these are tied together.
And it wasn't a question, but if I could just make a quick comment, I want to reiterate how early this is in the process. There are infrastructure agreements that are going to have to come before you. Daryl's group is a very significant stakeholder in the success of this entire area. Daryl has been an active participant in these conversations for a long time. I promise you that's going to continue on his behalf and mine.
Is there anybody here for public comment, Mr. Robinson? You gonna come up? Is there anybody else? If you are going to speak, please line up. If not, go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
Joe Robinson, once again, let's just go through the thing here. First of all, man, I haven't seen a 15-foot sidewalk since I walked down Central Avenue in St. Petersburg. They're talking about 15-foot sidewalks, walkable community, housing. You know the city got a fireboat to shoot water, so they just come up Ebo Harbor and they can put some fires out, at least from the boat that we got, right? Think about that. Moving right along, you can't do that anywhere else in the city. They got a fireboat out there. They use it for gasoline, right? They shoot the water. Let them come down and shoot some water on some of them buildings if they do catch on. Design guidelines are very important as an engineer. These people got a Bible on design guidelines. Wow. And this is not going to happen overnight. This is going to be phase, a PDA, alternative, got to come in here. Got to come in here. Keep coming in here. Keep coming in here. Every time something come up, planning commission said it looked good. Design guidelines look good. They want bonus points for 10% affordable units, 475 they claiming. Come on. City of Tampa. There's another item. It's called a development agreement. Now, I hear about this fire station and all of that, but the city got to get something up to get something in a development agreement, to get a community benefit agreement. We have an ordinance for that, which I'll talk about next thing. But this is what someone has already said. This is transformation in a positive way, okay? So now we got everybody on board. We're taking the area that, come on, man, did you see them pictures? If that ain't slumming bladder, I don't know what is. That don't look good. Now, back in the day when we had banana dots and Coca-Cola and all of that, man, you know, thought y'all don't know, I used to work down there boxing for Coca. Listen, my father and I were stevedores, okay? They worked down in the hole in the hull of all them ships. That was a good job for a brother back then. Perry Harvey and all that, Charlie. So I'm very familiar with maritime. It helped put me through St. Peter Claver, okay? So what I'm saying is that I don't have an issue with this. I came down, and when you're doing this kind of mega development, you got to understand who is doing it. Anybody just can't do this. You got a lot of developers that's out there they don't want walkability, they don't want connectivity, they don't want anything but try to make a profit. But when you have somebody that comes in and they want to do the right thing and spend their money, man, please, so they can go ahead and get on the tax roll so they can pay some other bills in the city.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Hello, City Council. My name is Tatiana Morales on behalf of EMB Tampa. So I just wanted to come, and our chapter wanted to come in support of this project, mostly because, as you know, we get 150 people a day. We have a pretty massive housing crisis, and we only have 4% of vacant land in the city. And as someone who sat and listened to a lot of your meetings, there's a lot of places that I know you all disagree about where that should go. This is a land that is going to be connecting the downtown and the Ybor area, which is already happening. And it's going to be one, and I know Daryl Shaw is one of the largest private developers bringing in affordable housing. I know Gasworks was the previous largest contribution, and this will probably be the next largest contribution. So I think sometimes when we think about how do we get affordable housing, how do we work with developers to actually make the city look like a place where we all get to live, it's growing. And as someone who personally, for the 10 years I've lived in Tampa, has tried to live in Ybor every single year, people do not move because they love Ybor. I love Ybor. I live 20 minutes away, and I pretty much spend every day going to Ybor to get some coffee or something. But I think it is really important when we look at the future of the city to be excited about the scale of project, because a lot of cities, as I grew up in Miami, I saw a lot of nasty projects that did a lot of weird things all over the city that weren't actually taking account with conversations with fire, with police, with the port. And this is actually threading, like I think Tyler said it best, it's threading a really careful needle of connecting our city. And we're not gonna get that scale of project in the USF area. One, the comps just aren't gonna land for it. But there's just not another place for this scale of development and actually saying, hey, we're gonna be a city where all this connects, and not a city where I bike on Nuccio all the time and see people, hey, where's that downtown thing? So I think it's important that we meaningfully look at this project. It is a beautiful project, considering the amount of people here that put their work into it, and be excited about it, and be willing to make those changes. And I wanted to actually make a comment on fire. I actually emailed you all maybe a month or two ago, sending suggestions about different developments, like in Clearwater, where they incorporated fire stations into development. I think that's actually a beautiful thing. Tons of public resources, tons of things like that. But I think, once again, and I think Mr. Vieira said it best, sometimes we confuse these policy decisions with other things. Sometimes we confuse the lack of fire onto an individual developer. And I think as a city grows, we have to grow with it. We were a city that was like a town, and now we're a city. And I wanted to be confident that we're a city, and both conversations have to happen at once. You got a budget analyst, go to the budget analyst, how do we get more fire stations? And I know you probably already have done that, to be honest. But once again, here to support the project. Let's get these units on the ground. Let's start moving the city forward. Because a couple ADUs, as much as I love them, aren't going to move the needle. This will move the needle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? If not, I have two registered speakers. One is Jen. Is Jen on? No? How about Mike Lawson? No?
I'll hold my comments.
Okay. Any council members have any questions or comments before I go to rebuttal? Yes, sir. Do you have rebuttal, sir?
No, Council, appreciate your thoughtful consideration. Thank you.
Motion closed.
Wait, Ms. Doc. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Council, thank you. LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination. So I want to put on the record, there's one additional amendment to be made, and the applicant has agreed to work with the legal department to develop a note which would address some sort of notice provided to residents or the owners of residential units of the existing industrial uses that surround the property. So that note would be agreed upon and added to the site plan between first and second reading. If you could add that, that would be on the record as an addition to the revisions required to be made between first and second reading.
Thank you
Councilmember
for
Carlson.
thank you for remembering that.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Vieira?
Yes, sir, glad to do this. And again, you know, like I said before, in moving for this, you know, the issue on fire stations is a great policy discussion to have. And I believe probably this budget, we're probably going to see some discussions on potentially something channel side, who knows, downtown, whatever. And those are great discussions to have. I did also want to mention, if I may here, that because I've heard some things about the University Square, North Tampa area, that in June, the Planning Commission is coming to City Council. I motioned for them to come to talk about this area with the code amendments, so it'll be a good discussion to have. But I will finally read this. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 610 Harbor Street, 1705 East Adamo Drive, 1616 and 1625 East Penny Street, 608 and 1026 North 19th Street, 1821 East Salmon Street, or Drive, excuse me, units 101 and 102, and folio number 190093-2106 in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development, CD Channel District 2 and IH Industrial Heavy to PDA, Plan Development Alternative, and CD2, Channel District 2 Residential Multifamily and all commercial intensive uses, providing an effective date.
Second. We have a second. Do you have any discussion, comments? If not, we'll go for a roll call vote.
You have to state the,
Revision sheet.
revision sheet.
Yeah.
I
And the
apologize.
note.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. Yep, with the revision sheet and note. Yes.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any final comments before we ask for a vote? Councilmember Carlson?
Yeah, just one thing. The fact that no opposition shows up is typically indicative of the effort that the applicant makes to talk to the community. And you can see the result here tonight. So thank you to the applicant for doing their work, so we don't have to do our.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And I respectfully disagree with my colleagues. I think there's always time for policy discussion, and if we don't bring it back up now, when can we? Because we aren't allowed to talk to developers while they're creating the plan. And if developers start hearing that we expect to see these in these larger projects, we might start seeing them. But I do believe that this is something we need to see in these types of projects. We need to see thought for what they are creating.
Roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 2nd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. located at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
All right, and the resolution
Yes.
is not going to be adopted until after the second public
And
hearing.
may I, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
And I wanted to clarify something. Councilwoman Hurtak brought up a very good point. My point on policy legal is I didn't want to use a policy issue as a legal justification for denying it. So your points are very well taken on the discussion. So
I
just
absolutely didn't want to
clarify
deny
that.
anything, but we've got to, in fact, I was going to ask Ms. Johns about this.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything during that case, but we should have this discussion another time, but the first floor of the parking garage across from the
aquarium?
Yeah, well, down from the aquarium across from
Yeah, with the
Sparkman
terminals and
Wharf.
everything, yeah, yeah.
Sparkman. That is available. We asked the question, and the administration said they checked with the port, and the port has a lease, and they just asked us to receive and file. I knew that the port already had a lease, but the lease, the tenant has said they're fine with us using it as a fire station. So it's not, there has to be more conversation, and that's a space that's available. But we have to have more conversations about it. Anyway, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Johns.
Item, Rebecca Johns, Legal Department. This is item 5. This is the development agreement regarding the Ybor Harbor project that you just approved. This is development agreement between the City of Tampa and Banana Docks LLC, the developer. This agreement outlines the infrastructure improvements that the developer will be making at the developer's sole cost and expense. Those infrastructure improvements are outlined in Section 7 of this agreement. There will be separate infrastructure agreements for each phase of the development, which will come before you. There will also be city approval of PLN plans, which is the infrastructure plans, and there will also be plats done for each phase. We do want to add that there will be 3 revisions to this agreement prior to the second reading. One is to add language that the plats, the PLN, and the infrastructure agreements for each phase will be approved by the city prior to the issuance of the first building permit for each phase. We will also be substituting the site plan out with the updated site plan from the rezoning. And we will also be adding the language that they come up with regarding the disclosure to the tenants per Councilman Carlson's idea. Please note that this property is owned by multiple property owners. They will all be signing joinders to the agreement. I remind Chair to please announce the date of the second public hearing prior to closing this public hearing, which will be May 2nd at 10:30 a.m. And also to remind you that the resolution is to be held until the second public hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
The developer is here if you have any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Ms. Johns? If not, anything from the developer, sir? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? Again, we're not moving the resolution. This is just the first public hearing. Yes, sir. Please
Joe
say your name.
Robinson, that's what I came here for. You know, I'm familiar with development agreements, having had one at Rome Yard. You know, familiar with community benefit agreements, which this one doesn't touch yet unless they have something from the city. Unless they want something from the city, credits, tax credits, money. They're in the CRA on the western portion. So if they want something, then we can hit them in the head with that community benefit agreement. And the city is now in the process of codifying the process of development agreements, thanks to Mr. Tampa Heights over there, Adam Harden. That's going to the planning commission. That's going to be timely. So therefore, this particular DA has in it some reporting requirements. And they're all listed on page 12 the last time I looked, that the developer should annually submit a monitoring report, blah, 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 blah. So it's already in here. So if you do get to the community benefit, and then they've got to do something with EBO, other reporting requirements, and a development agreement, the language will already be there and it's being codified. And the city already has, for the record, they already have under the code of ordinances, chapter 2 administration, section 2850, community benefit program is already the law. So this should move forward. I'm here to support it. I think that is the right thing to do. And down the road, you'll be real glad that you have this agreement in place. And be a second reading. There may be some changes between now and then. But right now, I would say let's go forward with it. And once again, I still believe what Mrs. Hertz said. I can't believe it. That, you know, when these people are coming around, one thing I learned in life, right, Charlie? You can ask, but that don't mean you're going to get an answer, right? All they could say is no. But if they don't ask, and if you don't say something, then they're going to think it ain't necessarily got to be thought about. So you're right about that. I give you one back tonight, Mrs. Hertz.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? If not, there's no rebuttal, so. Motion to close this public hearing. We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. We're not reading anything yet. May 2nd will be the second public hearing at 10:30 a.m., 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa 33602, third floor. No, we don't vote on anything. Oh, all in favor to close the public hearing? Aye. Exactly what I said. Yes?
I just want to say that this is a massive project. It's very complicated, as you saw some of the continuations on the that we spoke about in the earlier issues. I want to thank city staff for working through this complicated process along with the developer and having a collaborative, for the developer being collaborative and working with staff. I know this has taken a lot of time, and I think staff has really gone above and beyond on this to bring forth a great project. I think working together with in that type of relationship they've established, the give and the take, I think it really shows in that something that is this transformational has made it through council easier than something that we've discussed 5,000 square foot lots that have taken longer than some of this stuff. So congratulations to the staff and to the developer for bringing forward a good project tonight.
Thank you. Item number 6.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. Item number 6 is REZ 2339, a request to rezone 5309, 5311 East Columbus Drive from residential multifamily 16 to planned development for storefront residential and all commercial uses. I'll turn it over to Danny with the Planning Commission.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, specifically the East Side Commercial Neighborhood. The site's within an evacuation zone E. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. Subject site situated at the southwest corner of Columbus Drive and North 54th Street. The surrounding area is predominantly residential in character. There are some non-residential uses along Columbus Drive, as well as along North 56th Street. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site's recognized under the CMU 35 designation, which is to the northeast and west of the site. R 35 is to the south of the site. And then this area over here is recognized under the recreation open space designation. Storefront residential uses can be considered in the CMU 35 designation according to section 2721 of the Land Development Code. The proposed vertical mixed-use development will be developed at an FAR of 1.5, which is consistent with the intensity anticipated on the CMU 35 category. The Planning Commission staff finds that the applicant adequately addresses the policies related to development mixed-use centers and corridors, as well as policies that apply citywide. The proposed site plan includes sidewalks adjacent to the site along East Columbus Drive and North 54th Street, consistent with a number of mobility policies. The proposed building is positioned close to both rights-of-way. Additionally, the primary entrances face East Columbus Drive, while an additional entrance is proposed for commercial space is positioned at the corner of Columbus Drive and North 54th Street. The building placement and orientation is consistent with the overall policy direction of the comp plan. LU policy 1.2.27 requires parking garages, or says parking garages should be architecturally compatible and screened. Based on the elevations, it is unclear if the portion of the garage along East Columbus Drive is opened or if a wall blocks the view of the garage. Regardless, Planning Commission staff strongly encourages the applicant between first and second readings to better integrate the garage with the surrounding area and to provide design aspects such as providing windows and doors to better engage the public realm along East Columbus Drive, which is a recognized transit emphasis corridor. Overall, the use is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area. In conclusion, the PD would introduce a vertical mixed-use project and multifamily uses in the area, aligning with the CMU 35 designation. It would promote a mixed-use development and support the plan's guidance of increasing densities near transit services. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the comprehensive plan. And that concludes my presentation. Available for any questions.
Any questions? Yes, sir.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. We'll start out with our aerial map. Too far in. Okay, so you can see the site outlined in red here. The general development pattern in the area is a mixture of semi-detached uses and single-family detached, especially between North 51st Street and North 56th Street, and south of this line right here. North of this line here is RS50. South of there, you have the RM16 zoning district. Just right next to the site here, you have a duplex. You also have some multifamily over here, and then some more along 14th Street down here. You have Oak Park here. As you move to the east of 56th Street, you have commercial intensive uses and industrial general uses. In general, this is a part of the city that hasn't seen too much redevelopment yet. The most recent PD in this area would be south of 14th Street right here. That was approved in 2021 under REZ 2399, and it was approved for 10,400 square feet of strip retail and CI uses and 104 multifamily units. We'll go ahead and move on to the site plan. So here's the site plan that the applicant has proposed. The applicant is proposing 40 multifamily units and 1,680 square feet of CG uses. The building is oriented towards Columbus Drive. You have access from Columbus Drive here, and you have an exit on North 54th Street here. The entrance to the multifamily portion of the building is right here, and you have the pedestrian connection to the sidewalk that enters into the lobby. The commercial general uses are located right here with a front door facing North 54th Street and East Columbus Drive. The applicant did work with staff on this. Originally, the commercial was located over here in this corner, and staff suggested that it be moved over to this corner to activate this area and also be in closer relation to that park to the south. There are 6-foot sidewalks existing on East Columbus Drive right now, and the applicant is proposing 5-foot sidewalks along North 54th Street. This dumpster enclosure right here will have a 6-foot screening minimum along 54th Street. The proposed maximum height is 45 feet or 3 stories above parking. Let's see here. I think that covers about it for the site plan. We'll go on to the elevations now. So this is your elevation along Columbus. This would be your south elevation, your east, and then your west elevation. We'll go through some pictures now. This is looking north on 54th Street. You have the subject site right here. Columbus Drive is up here. You can see a church right there at the end of 54th Street, and this is a semi-detached use right there with 2 units. This is looking west on 54th Street here, Columbus Drive. This is the subject site. This is looking east at the intersection of 54th and Columbus. You have the church and the duplex right there. This is the subject site. This is looking west along Columbus Drive, near the subject site. This is looking south at the subject site. This is Columbus Drive. This is looking southwest of the subject site, and then you can see this subject property right here next to it. This is looking east along Columbus Drive. You can see the church there and the subject site. This is looking north. The subject site would be behind me. So this is looking at Columbus Drive. This is back on 54th Street. So this is the subject site, and this is a single-family detached home that's behind it. And this is a bit farther south. This is along 14th Street where the park is. And this is some of that multifamily that's just in relation. This is Columbus Drive up here. It's about 2 parcels east of the subject site. Here is the site plan again. Development review and compliance staff have found the application inconsistent. See the findings related to natural resources related to the waivers and the water department regarding required space for the water meter. Notwithstanding staff's finding of inconsistency, if city council approves the application, modifications to the site plan as shown on the revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. These revisions will not resolve the issues of natural resources findings of inconsistency. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Is there an applicant?
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner. This is one of those projects that you all as council members have been talking about for some time. It's a redevelopment in an area that needs redevelopment. It is proposing to have 40 units of residential, 75% of which will be affordable. 10 of the units will be other. I mean, that's a minimum of 75%. So 30 out of the 40 units are proposed to be affordable. Their average size is about 900 square feet. Some of them are larger, and some of them are smaller, but the average size is 900 square feet. The commercial, the residential, the residential storefront is about 1,700 square feet serving the residents, and it is oriented toward Columbus Drive. It's at the corner of the building. And I think the staff pointed that out to you. It's 1,680 square feet, but it's at the corner of Columbus Drive and 54th Street. So it has the ability to service the residents there. The parking is met regarding this project. We provided a reasonable reconfiguration plan for the city staff regarding the need to remove the trees that are on the site, not all of them, but to remove the trees that are shown here as X'd out. We're proposing a project that's limited to 45 square feet, and that includes a lower level of parking and then 3 levels of residential use above that. We have, the owner has been around and visited the neighborhood and has sought letters of support, and I have a diagram here as well as a list of neighbors who are supporting it. So this is the subject site, and each of the neighbors immediately adjacent to the property are supporting it, and I have their list, which I'll give to Mr. Shelby shortly. As the staff has pointed out, we're required to have 47 parking spaces. We're providing 53. The issue regarding the city water meter will reduce that to 52 spaces. We'll use one of the parking spaces for the water meter. The calculations are here, but in terms of respect for the property itself, as I said, it's a storefront residential, which is incorporated into this project. And this Planning Commission staff pointed out that the orientation of these are supposed to be toward the street, which we have done. We have pushed the building up toward the street to create what they normally call an urban edge. We have 6-foot sidewalks, and let me get to the rest of this. The criteria for review is to promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure. The project promotes to use the efficient use of land and infrastructure as proposed mixed-use development on an arterial, which is another issue that you all have talked about. So it's not interior to a neighborhood site, it's on an arterial. There's a bus stop within, shortly within 2,000 feet. And it allows the integration of different land uses. The applicant proposes storefront residential with CG uses. It's not allowed in RM16, but it is allowed under the PD that we're requesting. Provide a procedure which relates to the type and the storefront residential in all CG. It's proposed and identified on the site plan, and it's supporting the residential uses above. The retail space is on the first level, adjacent to the parking garage. Encourage flexible land development, which reduces transportation needs. So we are in close proximity to transit needs, as well as being on Columbus. We're 3 blocks away from 56th Street, where there is tremendous amounts and numbers of transit. Promote and encourage development where appropriate in the location. The proposed uses are appropriate in location and provide additional housing in the area. The city has not seen substantial redevelopment in this area, and its proximity to public amenities such as Oak Park and the bus station, and the scale and the mass of the proposal are significantly larger than what's developed in the surrounding area. However, it does meet the needs with respect to the demands that are occurring in this area. Promote more desirable living conditions. The requested storefront residential with all the commercial general normally can't be considered without the PD. Promote the architectural features. We've incorporated those features into this project, and the lower level of the garage will be screened appropriately so that it does not create a visual eyesore. Promote the retention and reuse of existing building stock. The subject site is vacant and new construction is proposed. The design of the proposed development is unique and therefore needs the waivers, and granting those waivers would not cause any difficulty related to others. The waiver is allowed to substantially interfere with the rights of others. Again, the lot is vacant, and as I've showed you, all of the adjacent property owners immediately adjacent to this project have indicated by a petition that they support it. The waiver is in harmony and serves the general intent and purpose of this chapter. And the City of Tampa Code, the city staff went through that, as well as the Planning Commission, indicating that they found it to be consistent. Although the city didn't, the Planning Commission did. Allowing the waiver will result in substantial justice being done, considering the public benefits. There is a demand for housing, especially smaller units that are affordable in an area that is in need of housing and redevelopment. we're asking to reduce the landscape buffer because the adjacent property owners, first of all, in order to meet the technical standards for the parking and the drive aisles and solid waste and the access for emergency vehicles, requires that we meet those technical standards. You can't waive them. So in order to meet all of the other standards that we have to meet for parking and the incorporation of the storefront residential, we're requesting the waivers on the ground level. The RM16, as I said, doesn't allow that. We are consistent with a comprehensive plan, and I'll go through some of those. We're adjacent to residential 35 in terms of land use, and this is CMU 35, which allows for the consideration of a higher density. Based upon the location, the arterial roadway, the vertical mixed use of the project qualifies with respect to the UMU 35. The segment of the east is between 52nd and 4th Street, or 54th Street, contains a mix of residential, vacant land, places of religious assembly. Residential uses under this can be considered. The Oak Park is the closest park. The closest transit stop is situated at 50th Street and East Columbus. The site is in the coastal planning area. It meets all of the goals and objectives for city design, land use objective 1.1, 1.1.3, 1.2.26, mixed use centers and corridors, goals and objectives, land use objective 6.1, land use objective 6.1.1, land use policy 6.1.2, policy 6.1.5, buildings oriented toward the street, transit services, safe and convenient access for pedestrians, supporting greenways, trail master plans, and roadways designed for automobile and efficient transit. Land use policy 6.19 is one of the key elements here that I'd like to focus on, putting buildings close to the sidewalk that will create and considered street walk, will allow through traffic to see the shops and make it interesting for people to walk through the corridor. Introduce taller buildings consistent with the underlying plan category, which we have done. Consider placing parking in the rear of the building. We're placing it under the building. Direct traffic back to the major roads. We've done that. Create an alternative, attractive front and rear facade for entry for pedestrians. We're doing that and by putting the storefront residential at the corner, and it's set at an angle. Create a pedestrian pathway between the use of the corridor and the neighborhoods behind. We're providing that 6-foot sidewalks and connecting to the existing ones. Reduce the visual clutter of signs through consistent sign pattern. That'll be dealt with and dealt at permitting. Remove utility poles and place utilities underground. The plan is to put all of the utilities underground. Plant street trees and street furniture. Pushing the buildings up, we don't have a lot of room left to do that, but we will make it an attractive facade. Policy 6.110, promote densities and mixes of uses and transportation improvements that support walking and the use of public transportation. 6.1.13, mixed corridors, define those segments of mixed corridor represented by the adoption of mixed-use plans, and we're doing that with the storefront, integrating that into the building itself. Land use development regulations and objective 8.15, existing regulations shall be made consistent with a comprehensive plan. We have been found to be consistent. 8.151, development shall not exceed the densities. We're at or below the densities that are allowed. Land use policy 8.152, each land use category shall have a unique set of zoning districts, and we're requesting this under a PD. Overall residential development, objective 9.3, compatible development, sustain and stable neighborhoods. This is on a transit corridor and not in the interior of a neighborhood. Adjacent to within neighborhoods that are planned for non-residential uses and developed. This is adjacent to commercial corridors that are within a block or two further to the east. Objective 15.2, develop commercial areas in a manner which enhances the city's character and ambiance. Again, this is incorporated into the building itself, so that the minimal portions of sustainable retail is on site. Require commercial uses to be buffered appropriately with residential development. This is incorporated into it and into the building. Sites to accommodate housing needs. Again, we've been talking about the need for housing for quite some time. The size of these units is smaller, so that they can be affordable. And as I said, 75% of the units, which is 30 out of the 40 as a minimum, are projected to be affordable. Ensure that the adequate supply of housing is available and meets the needs. This is not an area that has a lot of redevelopment going on. This is an adventure for the property owner going into this and recognizing the need for additional housing. Encourage new housing on vacant, infill, and underutilized land. This is vacant and it's on a transit corridor, which qualifies for your objectives regarding providing housing. Invest in safe, convenient, and comfortable mobility options, which are all available along Columbus Drive. Encourage new development and redevelopment, including sidewalks on both sides. We're doing that. Preserve, strengthen, and explore opportunities for reconnecting the grid and providing access to modes of transportation. Direct connections between destinations, especially for adjacent parcels. We're doing that. Enforce development requirements and contributions toward improving site multimodal access. We're doing that. Policy 1.8.1, continue to require development of construction of sidewalks to adjacencies with this proposed project. In summary, the staff has found, and this is I'm reading from the Planning Commission staff report, that the mixed-use CMU 35 meets with all those criteria, and they have found it to be consistent. The site issues that we're dealing with, we can address them as carefully as possible, and we've been meeting with staff regarding how to do that. And I'll just point out to you again, in the land use matrix, this is CMU 35, this is Res 35. So the density has already been programmed and expected for this area and planned for the future. We are meeting with that. I'll be happy to give you a copy of this support document with the signatures of property owners that are immediately adjacent to it. If there were problems with the setbacks that we're requesting, these immediately adjacent property owners would not have signed this.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions from council members? Yes, ma'am?
I had a question on the site plan. I'm so sorry. On the site plan, it says that a bike room will be provided within the building, and I don't see that on the site plan.
It'll be incorporated into the first level of the building in the parking area.
I want to, I would like between first and second reading for you to delineate exactly where that's going to be on the interior.
I'd be happy to.
Because that, I mean, it just says it's, so that way we can know where it's going to be. Thank you very much. That's nice.
Right, as I said, we're gonna remove one of the parking spaces for the water meter. And so that area will be available for additional parking of bikes and things like that. So we will be happy to delineate it.
Yeah, because it says within the building, so it sounded like protected indoor bike space, which is always nice.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up because I forgot to mention that we had the bike room.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you. It's very innovative, especially this far out of the urban area.
Well, we've tried to touch bases and listen to council and the comments that you all have made over several weeks and months. We've tried to incorporate those elements into this proposal. And that's one of the reasons why the owner committed to 75% of affordable housing, which is, as you know, is an extreme level. That's usually not heard of here. It's usually less than 10%. But, anyway.
Councilmember Clendenin.
So, on the staff report, it says, due to minimal setback and limited space, please show the locations of the proposed water meter assemblies and backflows on the site plans. Potable water infrastructure requires a 10-foot minimum setback from all buildings, foundations, and trees. How does that fit? I mean, you know you're building line to line when you can't fit a water meter. I mean, this thing
Well,
is, this,
we-
you're squeezing a big building on a really tiny piece of property.
We can show you that parking space will disappear, and it's not just the water meter, it's the backflow preventer.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that space is 10 by 18, and it'll go away. So we'll remove one of the parking spaces when we already exceed the parking requirements as it is.
So the other thing is on the landscaping and the inconsistencies that was found. It looks like the only reason you're undergrounding is because you can't fit anything on there without undergrounding utilities. You can't plant anything, according to this. Is that correct?
Yes, but here's what we're dealing with. When you meet the technical standards, for example, for transportation on the width of the access drive, and then the interior drive aisles at 24 feet, and the dimensions for the parking spaces, when you start adding all of those things together, it's very difficult to get everything into one space. We did the cutout on the building over here for solid waste, and then we changed this and put that for the storefront commercial on a corner, and cut the corner so that the traffic driving would be able to see that better and integrate it.
I look at the setback on the back, because I think you're required to have a 15-foot setback with the masonry wall, but you've reduced it to how far? On the back line?
6 feet.
And there's no room to plant any type of canopy type of trees. Is that so, staff?
Aaron Mayor Development Coordination. They are planting type 2 trees, so that's your tall and narrow trees that they're gonna put in the buffer, but the canopy trees.
That's on right of way?
The canopy trees can only go in the right of way. Correct.
Yeah, we didn't ask for a waiver for that, did we?
For what?
Canopy trees in the right of way.
No, you're allowed to do that.
No. Well, just to note that, I mean, again, I'm glad you asked the question, but we can plant canopy trees in the right of way that.
The only reason I called it out is because you said they were going to underground the utilities, but you have to underground the utilities because you can't plant a tree there unless you underground the utilities, right?
Well, part of it is part of the objective of hardening the utilities and not having.
Oh, I agree. I'm all for that, and I appreciate the fact that they're undergrounding, because I've actually called that out a couple of times. I wish the more developers would underground utilities. Yeah, it just honestly, it just seems it's an awful big building on a really smaller piece of property. It's just, I agree about this pushing this building up to Columbus, and so I buy into that street frontage and having going vertical off Columbus. It's the other setbacks and single family developments off to the side, and the way this area is developed. I don't know. It's a different one.
Well, that's why I provided you. The owner went around personally to each of the surrounding property owners, showed them the site plan and asked them if they had any objections. That's why we went to them, to make sure that they didn't have any concerns regarding the setbacks. And I provided you with the location, so you know that each of those people signed and the location is identified on that map that I provided.
All right, anybody else? If not, I'll go to public comment. Yes, sir? Wait.
Sorry, I just needed to provide some clarification or ask for some clarification on the affordable housing. There is no note currently on the site plan regarding the affordable housing, so I wanted to see if the applicant is willing to enter into that.
We'll be
a note.
providing that between first and second reading.
Good.
So if council does so choose to approve this, then it would be with the revision sheet, along with a note to work with city legal and staff to come up with a note on the site plan addressing the 75% affordable housing, along with showing the bike room in the site plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The bike room.
At this time, we'll go to public comment. If anybody wishes to speak on this item, please come up and state your name. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Joy. I live in the area, and he mentioned
What's your last name?
Blocker.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So he mentioned about having people sign and saying they approve it, but the picture that he showed that the surroundings was duplexes, so those are rental properties. So you saw that for yourself. we have homeowners here and we have signature of people that actually own homes in our neighborhood that are saying that there's no way we want that huge piece of crap in our neighborhood. We are a single-family dwelling, and we don't, I mean, there's no way you can put something up in our neighborhood that can benefit us with something like that. We just refuse to have something like that put up. It brings no value to our community. Yes, we do need some development, but we want single-family homes. There are already homes being built in our neighborhood for single-family, not a low-income housing. We already deal with DICO, which is on the other side of the freeway. And we have a lot of people that we're trying to get out of our communities right now. So we definitely don't want to bring in any more. DICO, and that now they also have the Cove Behavior Center that's also in our neighborhood. And those people have nowhere to go. And they're on the streets. So we're dealing with all of those factors as well. So we don't need to deal with another 75% of someone else coming in with undesirables that we just don't need.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Would you like to give those signatures
Yes.
to the attorney? We'll put it in the record.
Oh, you?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Hello, Kevin Anderson, 5201 East 20th. This is first point, it is a single-home residential neighborhood. To have a 4-story apartment, none of our backyards are gonna have any privacy anymore. We lose everything. Second, 50th Avenue or 50th Street has convenience stores that are all within walking distance. To put one right smack in the neighborhood, all the ones on 50th have to have security guards because you will be approached by people looking for money, drugs, beer, whatever. That'll put that right in the middle of our neighborhood, which brings more homeless into that area, which if you drive 4 out to the fairgrounds, there's these behind it's less than a quarter mile from where this building site is. To bring more homeless, there's homeless camps. So instead of the spoonbills flying in there in the morning, I just hear the shopping carts rolling in. But right on 4, you'll see it on the south side before the fairgrounds, homeless encampments. The city's had to spend tons of money cleaning those out before. This will just bring more in. And it destroys all of our privacy in the neighborhood. It doesn't bring any benefit to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, Henry Helfter, 5201 East 20th Avenue, Tampa. Again, single-family neighborhood. We bought a house there 4 years ago and invested our life's blood and our life savings into it. A lot of people that have lived there their whole lives. We bought our house from the next-door neighbor who grew up in the house. We appreciate that, and that's what we look for in a neighborhood. We understand all the talk tonight for hours now has been about housing. And obviously, Tampa is growing, and it can't grow into the Gulf. It has to grow east. We only hope that the same respect will be shown to the people who live there already towards our properties and our property values. We really feel this is not a good addition to our neighborhood. He kept showing you pictures of Columbus Avenue, on the other side of Columbus Avenue, where he didn't come and ask us if we were interested or objected to it. All the signatures he received are from that side of Columbus Avenue. It's a very small neighborhood. The only access is Columbus Avenue. And I think 3 streets that cut into our neighborhood, starting with 52nd, I think 54th, where the convenience store is going to be, and 56th. The traffic is already horrendous there because it is corridors. I believe that's the word you've been using, is corridor. Very busy. We just do not agree that this is going to be a value added to our neighborhood. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
My name is Christina Gutierrez. I was sworn in.
I live at 5214 East Columbus Drive, and so there's a safety concern, and also this will lower the value of our community, our neighborhood. So my family has been in the neighborhood since the 1950s. We have several different properties in the area. We're all against it. None of us were asked what we thought about this. My house personally is going to be right in front of this building. So it wasn't pictured in what he displayed, but my house it's gonna be right in front of it, directly in front, basically. The safety concern is there is homeless, there's drug addicts, there's all this down there. They go to the little convenience stores, they go to the gas stations. We don't want them coming into our neighborhood, to this new area that's gonna be built or proposed. But also, we have been putting a lot of, all of us in the area have been, it's not a HOA, but we put a lot of work into our house, our property. It's all well-maintained, and it's a nice little community, neighborhood on this side. So for them to rezone it, and then our property value is just gonna drop completely, and all our investment that we put in it doesn't benefit the area at all. So that's it. And a lot of my family that are still there are older, so they are not able to attend this, but they all feel the same way. And there's over 60-something signatures on that petition. So we just don't want something like this coming into the area. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Please say your name.
Tatiana Morales, 111 South Newport. The thing that really called me to speak was, as someone that lives in multifamily housing, that her whole life, family has only been able to afford a multifamily housing, is calling people that live in affordable housing desirables, undesirables. That just sickens me in my core, to be honest. If we wonder why our city is in such a great housing crisis, I'm not blaming this neighborhood. I'm not gonna blame any neighborhood. I'm gonna blame the very long decades of systemic racism and discrimination and the actual issues that we are trying to undo when we build housing. One of the things I wanted to discuss was actually all the bus lanes nearby. Because if there's something I don't know about, it's water. That's not me. But I know about the bus lanes in the city. The 6 runs nearby, that's 20-minute weekday frequency and 30-minute weekend frequency. The 15 is nearby with 60-minute frequency. The 8 is nearby with another 60-minute frequency. So there is a lot of transit in this corridor. Another concern about big building, small lot, people said that about height, people say that about every building, but we are along a major corridor. We are along Columbus and 56, well, as it turns into 58. And when we look at where should development go, it should be on these corridors. I don't want to put this in the actual center of their neighborhood, but putting it on the end of the corridor where we can put 75% affordable housing. And I'm sorry that people don't like affordable housing in their neighborhood, but we need to put that somewhere when we have a gap of 26,000 units. And a lot of people that live in affordable housing in the city of Tampa are people like me that have been on the waiting list for a really long time. And they're people that are seniors that are on our streets because they get priced out by someone richer than them when someone moves out. And I also want to challenge the legitimacy of who gets to have stake in their neighborhood. Because when you say just the homeowners get to have stake, well, then it ignores people like me that have lived here for 10 years, that because of my student debt, a completely other relevant problem, I can't buy a home. And I work at nonprofits, so I don't make good money. And which is the reason people like me want affordable housing in the city. I get it, it's a project that's not perfect, it's not like everything that everyone wants out of everything, but it has a bike room, it brings 40 more units, 75% affordable. And I think that's a major step forward. And I think a lot of times people worry about their new neighbors, but as someone that's lived in a lot of apartments with new neighbors, you don't mind them. You realize, oh, they have a dog, we build a dog park, things grow, we get revenue, we grow as a city. And I really just want to emphasize that when we look forward about what our community means for everyone that lives there, we have to really stop dividing that homeowners have the value and the say of everything, and that renters who live here, who work here, who taxes pay here, should have a stake and do have a part of the homeownership of what it means to be a resident in Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? There's nobody else? No, there's only one opportunity to speak. Yes, sir, you have rebuttal. If there are no questions, you have 5-minute rebuttal.
You know, I hear what they're saying, but it's perplexing when you try to come forward with what the city staff, the city council, and the city administration has said, we need housing. There is a defined and definite need for housing. And we try to come in with a project that is sensitive, where the commitment didn't have to be made that 75%, which is 30 out of the 40 units, were committed to affordable. We brought it up, we didn't have to do that, or the size of the units. And that discussion has happened among council members as well. Reduce the size of the units, make them less expensive so that people can afford to go in there. I don't know how you attract homeless people when you're trying to provide housing that's affordable. I don't get it. It doesn't equate. And undesirables, it's just, as a woman just said, it's offensive. We're trying to provide housing. We're trying to provide an adequate solution to the need. The owner went around personally to all of the property owners, and I didn't tell me exactly where they were in relationship to this property, but all of the adjacent property owners signed that petition, the ones that were mostly would be affected by setbacks. We didn't go across the street on Columbus. We didn't go across on the other side, but we went to the immediate adjacent property owners to try to provide a lower cost alternative to the need for housing. Again, 30 out of the 40 units are being proposed to be affordable. And it could be more, but that certainly is the minimum. Security and issues. As you go and try to clean up areas and insert new development, the security and the activity on the street level helps to improve that condition. It's happened all over the city. As you brought in new development in areas that were crime-ridden, areas that you wouldn't have built in before are now more valuable than they ever thought to be valuable. Not diminishing their investment in their homes, it actually increases and it improves it. That street-level activity, and the police will tell you, under their CEPTED standards, the activity on the street, that's crime prevention through design. They will tell you that the activity on the street helps to reduce crime. I don't know. This is residential 35 and CMU 35. It was anticipated that higher density would come. And now it's being presented to you for consideration. The density and the proposal is here before you, and we're respectfully requesting your approval. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Hurtak.
I just wanted a clarifying question about AMI. What range of AMI are you going to be proposing? And I would like that added to the, but what's the AMI that you're looking at?
I didn't have the specific number. We were going to work that out with staff to determine what the current number is. I mean, they can tell us what that is, and I'll be happy to agree to it.
Typically, it's 80 to 120% AMI,
Okay.
so we could say for now on the record that it would be 80 to 120% AMI, and then we could work with the applicant to figure out how many units are going to be at which percentage, and then
Okay.
bring that to you between first and second.
Okay, and that's fine. And for the general public, AMI is area median income, and currently the area median income for Tampa Bay is $71,540, I believe. And so 80% of that is going to be about $56,000. So you'll have to make $56,000 in order to afford the unit.
And just for the record, we're committing to the 80% of the AMI.
All right, any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to close? So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Henderson, would you mind reading item number 6?
I actually am going to deny REZ. I'm going to make a motion to deny it because it's just too much. So I move file REZ 2339 for the property located at 5309 and 5311 East Columbus Drive due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. The competent substantial evidence found in the staff reports as well as the applicant's report and even the testimony of our residents support the denial, failure to comply with the land code, section 27136. Although the proposed use is appropriate in location, the intensity and design as depicted in the site plan is not consistent with the land development code. For example, the proposed reduction in landscape buffer on the south and the west and the request to plant 4 palms in the western buffers is not appropriate given the adjacent single-family use. In addition, the scale and the massing are significantly larger and thus are not compatible with the surrounding built environment. If the waivers are requested, failure to comply with section 27139(4), such as the desired waivers, necessarily support the fact that the proposed development is not appropriate for this site. The applicant did not provide evidence that the proposed design is unique in order to justify the waivers, and the applicant did not provide evidence that the requested waivers will not be substantially interfere with the rights of others whose property would be affected by the allowance of the waivers.
Do we have a second? We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. Any discussion? Councilmember Vieira, yes?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I will respectfully vote no on the denial. This is not a perfect project by any means. This does a lot of good for things that we want to do good in those areas. This is something where there's a lot of gray, right? Which is the project does a lot of good. Are there challenges with it? Yes, absolutely. I tend to agree with a lot of what Ms. Morales said in my rationale. I won't get into it, but I just do. And some of the comments that were made trouble me, and I will not support that. Thank you.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, I don't think those comments are relevant to the, I mean, I agree, yes, I don't agree with some of those comments either, but I don't think they're relevant to the discussion about this land use and how this fits into our code and the urban planning for the city of Tampa. I look at the plan development code criteria, and I see that this doesn't meet many of the elements in there. It doesn't have the architectural features and elements which complement the surrounding community or enhance the overall quality of development. I see that it doesn't promote or encourage development where it's appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding impacted neighborhoods, built environment, and existing geography. And I don't believe that it promotes the efficient and sustainable use of the land and infrastructure with careful consideration of potential adverse impacts on the on-site natural elements surrounding impacted neighborhoods and cultural resources. I feel that, you know, we're removing from grand trees where there's no landscape buffer. It's a big building in a single-family neighborhood. If I lived in this neighborhood, I would be stomping up and down if somebody wanted to build this next to my house. I mean, just because folks don't live in South Tampa doesn't mean they're entitled to quality of life when they invest in their homes. And this is something that I don't feel like is compatible. I think they could have built multifamily here in a more reasonable transition way with the other neighborhoods. So on the size of this piece of property, you could develop this property, build some multifamily, and accommodate folks and kind of do what they're trying to do, but not build up to the property line, not build this high right up to the property line. I get it along Columbus. I don't get it along the other 3 sides of the building. I don't get it. So I'm gonna vote in support of denying this request.
We have a motion to deny, and we have a second. Yes, Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. This one's probably the hardest one of all for me tonight because we desperately need the housing. We desperately need the affordable housing. It's really tall. It's squeezed in, but I also know that I am someone who lives directly behind a 4-story apartment where this is exactly what happened. People were very upset about it, but because of the zoning, it didn't come in front of council, so it got built anyway. And now we love our neighbors because they're phenomenal people and they walk their dogs everywhere, and they drive down our streets and they park on our streets, which make people slow down. But in looking at the neighborhood, it is a single-family neighborhood, and so how do we create that stair-step pattern down? This one's very hard.
All right, roll call vote. This is the motion to deny.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
No.
Miranda, Carlson, Hurtak,
No.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
motion to deny failed with 3 voting yes and 4 voting no. Vieira voted, Clendenin voted yes, Henderson voted yes, Vieira voted no, Miranda voted no, Carlson voted no, Hurtak voted no, Maniscalco voted yes.
All right, is there a motion to move forward with this? If anybody would like to make it? Since the motion to deny has failed, would anybody like to read it? It's the only other choice.
There's gotta be somebody that voted, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all.
Councilman Vier, if you want to go ahead and read it.
See, I'm looking for it, I can't find it. It's right there.
Thank you. Moving ordinance presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5309 and 5311 East Columbus Drive in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM residential multifamily to PD, planned development storefront residential and all commercial general uses, providing an effective date.
With the revision?
Yeah, with the revisions. I find the applicant has met its burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development is conditioned as shown on the site. Plan is consistent with the requested waivers do not adversely impact the public's health, safety, and welfare. Thank you.
All right, this is a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. If we could have a roll call vote.
Can we have discussion
Yes, ma'am,
since it was
go ahead.
second? I just want to say something about
Yes,
this particular, I think what bothers me about this is the fact that the lot is extremely small. And yes, we do need housing. I think everyone in the room understands that, but this is a single-family residential area. And while I do support the need for housing, the number that's requested out the gate for a single-family property area is just too much. And that, in and of itself, while it was, I did take it into consideration, if there were other projects to show examples that it was moving in that direction where you could support that type of development where you're going to increase the capacity of housing on small lots. And you started out with 8 or 12, but the number that's being requested on this lot is just significant. And so despite the verbiage that was used, that's disrespectful to renters, is not competent and substantial evidence. And I do respect the viewpoints on that. Everyone deserves housing, and regardless of where you live or how you live, it should be respected. But it is a lot, and so that's why I just can't support it.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Roll call vote.
Henderson,
No.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson, Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
No.
Maniscalco.
No.
Motion to approve carried with Henderson, Clendenin, and Maniscalco voting no.
Thank you very much, council.
Thank you very much. Item number 7.
Second reading and adoption will be held on May 2nd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. located at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
All right, item number 7.
St. Thomas Development Coordination, agenda item number 7 is REZ 2378, a request to rezone 4212 West North B Street from residential single-family 50 to planned development for residential single-family semi-detached. I'll turn it over to Danny with the Planning Commission.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Danny Collins, with your Planning Commission staff, I was sworn in. Our next case is in the West Shore Planning District, specifically the West Shore Palms neighborhood. The site's also in the West Shore Business Center. The site is within Evacuation Zone B. Here is the subject site outlined in purple. Subject site's along North B Street between Lois Avenue and North Hebert Avenue. It's 2 blocks north of West Kennedy Boulevard. It's predominantly non-residential along Kennedy Boulevard, and then it transitions into a residential neighborhood as you move north. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site, including the parcels to the east, west, and south of the site, are recognized under the residential 35 designation. To the north of the site is residential 35, and then east of Lois Avenue, you get into the R10, and then Kennedy is UMU 60. The site falls within the R35 designation, allowing for single-family semi-detached uses. The proposed PD includes 2 dwelling units at an overall density of 12.5 units per acre, consistent with the density anticipated under the R35 designation. The rezoning will provide compatible infill development in an area planned for 35 dwelling units per acre. The proposed density of 12.5 is below the existing density along this portion of North B Street and lower than the density anticipated under the R35 category. While the surrounding areas were historically developed with single-family detached uses, the surrounding area is transitioning to include single-family attached uses, including townhomes and single-family semi-detached uses. Additionally, multifamily uses are to the south of the site. Given the proposed density is lower than the current density along this segment of West North B Street, and the request is in line with the ongoing trend of single-family attached development within the West Shore Palms neighborhood, the Planning Commission staff finds the request to be comparable and compatible with the surrounding area. Both primary entrances to the proposed units are oriented towards West North B Street, which is consistent with LU Policy 9.2.6. Additionally, the applicant is retaining the existing 5-foot sidewalk adjacent to the site along West North B Street, consistent with the mobility policies. In summary, the request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area and is consistent with the long-range development pattern anticipated under the R35 category. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. We'll start out with our aerial map. So as Danny mentioned, we do have a mixture of residential uses in this area. You can see the subject site right here outlined in red on West North B Street. You have a mix of residential multifamily 16, 18, and 24. You can see the 24 here. There's some 16 there, 18 there. You also have quite a significant number of PD zoning districts here that comprise of single-family detached, semi-detached, or not. The PDs don't comprise of detached, but semi-detached, attached, and multifamily. There is some single-family detached in the neighborhood. You can see it kind of right here in this little pocket of RS50. But for the most part, this neighborhood has been developed significantly with multifamily and single-family attached and detached units. On the east side of Lois Avenue, you can kind of see a transition here to where it's more a single-family detached neighborhood, and then as you move to the west, it becomes a more multifamily development. And then, of course, along Kennedy Boulevard, you have your commercial general uses. Here is the applicant, or the site plan proposed by the applicant. The applicant is proposing 2 units that are oriented towards West North B Street. There's an existing 5-foot sidewalk along West North B Street. They are proposing rear-loaded garages off the alley, along with driveways in the front off of West North B Street. 4 parking spaces are required and 4 spaces have been provided. The proposed height is 35 feet or 2 stories, and additionally, the applicant is retaining a 30-inch tree in the front of the property. Here are the elevations. So this would be the front on West North B. This would be your back off the alley, and then you have your side elevations here. I'll show you some pictures from around the site. So this is looking south directly at the subject property. So you have single-family detached and single-family detached. You can see some of the, a little bit of some of the attached and semi-detached uses over here in the corner. This is looking north of the subject site across the street. So you have some detached uses, and then you have a public park right here. This is looking east. This is the subject site here. And this is looking west. You can see semi-detached uses here and here, single-family detached right there, and this is the park again. This is looking south, a few parcels over from the subject site at some of the semi-detached uses. And this is moving a little bit farther west of the site, the park there, and then some of the semi-detached uses that are under construction. And lastly, this is a view of the alley in the back. The subject site is right here, and this is some of the parking off the alley for the multifamily that's to the south of the subject site. Here is the site plan again. Development Review and Compliance staff reviewed the application and find it consistent with the applicable City of Tampa land development regulations. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the waiver as identified in the report and approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed between first and second reading as stated on the revision sheet. I'm available for any questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I have a question for Ms. Mayor. Just because I've never seen this on a site plan before, maybe I just haven't noticed it. What in the world is a punk tree?
Aaron Mayer, Development Coordination. A punk tree is like a common name they call a Melaleuca.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
so
thank you.
An exempt species. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Alrighty.
All right. Yes. Yes, sir. Please say your name.
Good evening, Council. David Wright, 18431 Cypress Bay Parkway. I prepared a presentation, but both Dan and Sam, Danny and Sam covered everything I was going to, so in the interest of time, I'm available to answer any questions, and I request your approval.
We want to go as long as possible, sir.
I know you do. I'm sorry to disappoint.
I mean, that was fantastic. Any questions or comments? Yes, ma'am.
Thumbs up.
Councilmember Hertog.
Actually, I do have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
I'm confused as you have parking in the back, but then you also have driveways. Why?
Those are ribbons, and they are for parking, for guest parking.
Okay, so, and on the site plan, one is a ribbon and the other one is not a ribbon. Is that, is that a mistake? Have you fixed them to both being ribbons? I think that was the weird part, was it was, one was a ribbon and one was just a normal driveway, and I thought that's not consistent, so.
From my understanding, that it was just a mistake and that on the revision sheet and between first and second reading, they are going to change it on the site plan so that they'll both be ribbons.
Okay, and, but I also don't see any sidewalks to the house or to the doors or pathways.
That will need to be, the ribbons are being used to explain the sidewalks.
Yeah, the ribbons, basically in this situation, the ribbons are going to be acting as the sidewalks connecting to the sidewalk.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item, item number 7?
Motion closed.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Clendenin.
Yay. Compatible project. Compatible project. Sorry, I'm wasting more time, sorry.
We'll make up.
I had to relish in the moment.
We'll make up for it.
Okay, so I move an ordinance REZ 2378. And what was the title? As the applicant has met its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and I find that the requested waiver does not adversely impact the public health, safety, and general welfare. I also adopt the findings and reasonings of the Planning Commission and city staff reports. That the compliance with the applicable, based on the competent substantial evidence found in their staff reports, applicant reports, testimony, etc., that establishes the compliance with the applicable goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan, and concluded in the comprehensive Planning Commission staff report, such as the proposed rezoning, which is consistent with the single-family attached development within the West Shore Palms neighborhood, is consistent with land use policies 1.2.3, 1.2.6, 9.2.1, 9.3.8, 9.7.1, 9.7.2, and 9.7.3. The proposed rezoning is consistent with housing policies 1.3.4, which encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future population. In compliance with the Land Development Code, sections 27 to 136, purpose of the site plan controlled district, such as the development as shown on the site plan, promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. While the subject site is flanked by single-family detached units, the proposed use is appropriate in location and provides an appropriate infill development transition from the denser multifamily development pattern located south of the alley and west of North Hubert Avenue. And the waiver is in compliance with 27-139-4, such as the design of the proposed development is thoughtful and takes advantage of the alley access to the south of the parcel. The requested waiver will not substantially interfere with or injure the rights of others. Its purpose property would be affected by the waivers. And this motion includes the revision sheets.
Yeah, but you need to actually read the ordinance.
That's what I was just looking for. And I knew that. That's why when y'all heard me along, said you gotta hurry, that's what I was digging for. So I move, 7. I move on application of David Wright to request a rezone.
Just ordinance.
I'm sorry, Jesus. An ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 4212 West North B Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 with zoning districts classifications RS50 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family semi-detached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin with a second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
Miranda. Carlson. Hurtak.
Yes.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried. Motion to approve carried unanimously.
Second reading.
Second reading and adoption will be held on May 2nd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. located at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, 33602.
Thank you very much. Item number 8.
Sam Thomas Development Coordination. Agenda item number 8 is RAZ 23-112, the Euclidean rezoning. A request to rezone 1324 West Fig Street from residential single family 50 to residential multifamily 18. I'll turn it over to Danny with the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. Our next case in the Central Tampa Planning District, specifically West Tampa Urban Village. The site's within evacuation zone Z. C. The site's generally east of the intersection of West Fig Street and North Oregon Avenue. The surrounding area is predominantly urban. There are some residential uses, in the immediate area. It's the site's one block west of North Willow Avenue, which contains predominantly non-residential uses. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site's recognized under the R20 designation, which is to the east, west, and then to the northeast of the subject site. To the north is CME 35, as well as to the west and south of the subject site. Planning Commission staff reviewed the application, found no adverse impacts to the surrounding area. The proposed RM18 zoning district can be considered in the R20 future land use designation per the consistency matrix in section 2721 of the LDC. The request supports many of the policies in the comp plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. The request will provide additional housing in the North Hyde Park neighborhood. Land use policy 9.2.6 encourages single-family attached and multifamily developments to be designed to include orientation of a front door to a neighborhood sidewalk and street. Development of this site for single-family attached or multifamily uses should address this policy during the development review process. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Sam Thomas Development Coordination. Per usual, we will start with the aerial map. So you have the subject site right here, outlined in red on West Fifth Street. The area surrounding the subject site is largely developed with multifamily and single-family attached uses, with some commercial, industrial, and single-family detached uses mixed in. You have single-family attached units here. To the south of the subject site, you have warehouse use. On both sides of the subject site, you do have single-family detached here, and then semi-detached as well. You have some detached uses here, and then you can see all these larger multifamily developments. On the other side of Willow, you have a few industrial general properties, and then some other large-scale multifamily development projects. This is the Walmart on Kennedy here under this IG zoning district, and this is the new TGH property that was constructed recently along Kennedy Boulevard here, recognized under the PD zoning district. And then this is University of Tampa over here. Since this is a Euclidean rezoning, there is no site plan, but I do have pictures to show you. So this is looking south from Fifth Street at the subject site. You can see the single-family detached property here that I mentioned earlier. And this is looking at the single-family detached property that was just in the last picture head on, looking south from Fig. As we're moving west down Fig, closer towards Rome, this is the next single-family detached house next to the black one. Then this wall right here is part of a semi-detached property that you'll see in the next picture that I mentioned when I was going over the map. So there's some semi-detached uses, so this is like 3 parcels until you get over to the next block. This is looking north on Fig Street at that PD development that I mentioned that was single-family attached. And then this is looking, sorry, I got too many pictures going different directions. This is looking east on Fig Street towards Willow Avenue, so you see more of the attached uses here. There's a single-family detached property there, and then in the foreground you can see one of the larger multifamily development projects that was under construction recently. And then this is looking north at that single-family detached property that you saw in the distance just a minute ago. Development Review and Compliance staff reviewed the application and found the request consistent. While the 2 parcels directly east and west of the subject site are developed with single-family detached units, the development pattern in the general area has transitioned toward multifamily development pattern. A maximum of 2 dwelling units can be considered on the subject site if all other land development regulations are met. The requested RM18 zoning district is consistent with the development pattern in the area. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Nope, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, applicant.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner. As the staff has pointed out, we've been found consistent with the Planning Commission and the city staff. It's a Euclidean zoning, so we're not dealing with all of the PD issues that we've been dealing with. It's an urban development site. It's characterized by a lot of multifamily in the area. Let me show you a little close-up aerial with the subject site and what is around it. This is directly across the street from the proposed rezoning. We're requesting your approval. It is in a transition area. It does have residential 20 land use classifications. If you'd like me to go through all of the land use policies that it complies with, I'll be happy to, but otherwise I'll ask that you receive and file that and make it part of the record. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? No. Anybody else? No? If not, public comment. We have one registered speaker, Mr. Brian Smith. Is Brian Smith online? Sir, if you would please raise your right hand. We need to swear you in. Please swear him in, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
So I live in the townhomes directly across the street. I'm sitting about 100 feet away from that property. It is a very narrow piece of property. To give you a general idea, there is a house to the left and the right of it, single-family homes, and you could probably put 2.5 cars bumper to bumper in front of it. It is very, very narrow. I'm excited to see that people want to develop it. But to me, this looks like greed. They want to stuff too many people in too small of a place so that they make their profit, run away, and leave us with not enough parking spaces. Now, I know that they want to use the alley If you've been down that alley, it's pretty nasty, it's pretty dark and not very welcoming. I wouldn't walk down it with my 87-pound dog, especially not at night coming home late from work. Most of the people, I believe, are gonna end up parking on the street. That particular property looks as if it was meant for a single-family home with maybe 2 cars. We're gonna end up with 4 cars, possibly 6 cars, using the streets. Lots of college kids in there utilizing that. Again, I want to see the property develop. I don't want to see it develop at that size. It seems to be a theme tonight. They're stuffing too much in too small of a place to make their profits. I think it's a terrible idea. It's just far, far too big, and it's inconsiderate of the people that live in the area.
And please state your name for the record, sir.
Brian Smith. I'm the, I live directly across the street. That property is 100 feet behind me. I'm not representing the HOA, but I am the HOA president of the townhomes across the street. I did want to also point out that we have all of our own garages, so we don't really have to park in the street.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. Ma'am, yes, ma'am, please state your name, come on up.
Cynthia Maloney, I'm on the board of the North Hyde Park Civic Association, and we did write a letter to the council recommending that you deny the request. Like Mr. Smith said, we are concerned about the details of the development. The developer did not reach out to us at all to talk to us about what he was doing. We had no contact with him. The trees that are growing now on the back of the lot are gorgeous, and we're concerned that those are just toast because of the requirement that, you know, they're going to have to build 2 garages on the back for 4 cars, right? That would be the code. So those trees are going to be gone, and that's a concern. And it would set a precedent for the rest of the block, which is zoned single family as far as as I know. And the houses on the other side of Oregon, on the south side of Fig, are all single family. And we're trying to, you know, build a nice community there, and we would like the quality of the development to, you know, be sufficient to you know, encourage people to have a healthier life with landscaping and trees and things like that. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Is there
Thank
anybody
you.
else? Anything from council? Yes, or you have rebuttal? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I just have a question for staff.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the width of the property?
The width is 50 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. McElhaney, you have rebuttal?
We're asking for Euclidean district, so the issues that the speakers brought up have to be addressed at permitting, and we have to meet code. So the concerns about somebody saying that they live in a townhouse that has parking, whatever development goes here has to have parking, and they have to meet the code for all of that. As I pointed out to you, this is the lot, these are the townhouses across the street, and I mean, it's a little hard for me to believe that somebody in a townhouse would object to potential other townhouses going across the street from them, but regardless, we're gonna meet the code. It's a Euclidean. It was found consistent by the Planning Commission and the city staff. Respectfully request your approval. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Yes. Oh, no. Motion closed? Motion closed. We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Hurtak, would you like to read this?
File number REZ 23-112, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1324 West Fig Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to RM18 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second. We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
No.
Vieira?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
No.
Motion to approve carried with Henderson and Maniscalco voting no. Oh, and Carlson voting no.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. And the second reading, ma'am?
Second reading and adoption will be held on May 2nd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. located at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. Item number 9.
St. Thomas Development Coordination, agenda item number 9 is REZ 23119, a request to rezone 213 South New Jersey Avenue from residential multifamily 16 to planned development for residential single-family attached. I'll turn it over to Dana now.
Yes, sir.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. Next case in the Central Tampa Planning District. It's specifically within the Palmacia Pines neighborhood. It's in Evacuation Zone C. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You can see it's approximately 1 block east of South McGill Avenue. It's adjacent to commercial uses to the west. There are residential uses to the north, east, and south of the site. Here is the adopted future land use map. You see the subject sites recognized under the residential 20 designation, which is to the north, east, and south of the site. And then community mixed use 35 directly to the west along South McDill Avenue. Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. This portion of South New Jersey Avenue contains predominantly a single-family attached residences located to the east and north of the site. A few single-family detached residences are also to the north of the site. The proposed density of 17.96 dwelling units per acre is consistent with the density anticipated under the R20 designation. Planning Commission staff finds the request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding areas consistent with the density anticipated under the R20 designation. The comprehensive plan encourages single-family attached residential uses to be designed to include the orientation of the front door to neighborhood sidewalk or street. The front entrances are oriented towards and connect to the sidewalk on West Platte Street, meeting the intent of this policy. In conclusion, the proposed plan development furthers several comprehensive plan policies, such as promoting residential infill in appropriate areas. Additionally, the proposed PD will provide additional housing within compatible with the R20 designation. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. Here is the aerial map. As Danny mentioned, this area is mainly developed with single-family attached or multifamily uses. You can see that reflected in the RM16 and RM18 zoning districts, along with a number of PDs in the area. You have some multifamily development here, and then actually at the intersection where the property is located, all corners are developed with either single-family attached or multifamily uses. This is a multifamily use here. This looks vacant, but it's been developed with single-family attached, and there's single-family attached here as well. You have commercial general uses here along McDill, and of course along Kennedy Boulevard as well. We'll go along to the site plan now. Here is the site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant is proposing 3 units. They are oriented towards West Platte Street with pedestrian connections provided via the driveways. There's an existing 5-foot sidewalk along West Platte Street, and the applicant is proposing a 5-foot sidewalk along New Jersey Avenue. 7 parking spaces are required and 9 are being provided. The proposed height is 35 feet or 3 stories. A 6-foot PVC fence is proposed around the perimeter on the sides and the north of the and west of the property. And the subject site shows a 32-inch laurel oak tree being removed here, but the applicant is actually retaining that laurel oak. Here are the elevations provided by the applicant. So this is facing Platte Street. This would be to the property line. This is your east elevation along Jersey. and this would be your west elevation. This is looking west directly at the subject site from South New Jersey Avenue. This is Platt Street here. This is looking north from the subject site, so here's some single-family attached uses. This is multifamily here. This is looking south. This is New Jersey here, Platt. There's a subject site, the single-family attached units that were under construction. That was the vacant, looked like it was vacant on the aerial map. This is looking east. Here's the subject site there. You can see some single-family detached in the distance there next to the subject site. This is looking west on Platt Street. This is McDill Avenue here. On the other side of this fence, and right here is where those commercial uses start. And then this is looking east on Platt Street. This is the subject site, and then that's that Laurel Oak that's going to be retained. Here is a view of the site plan again. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and find the request consistent with the applicable City of Tampa development regulations. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the waiver as identified on the staff report and approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed between first and second reading as stated on the revision sheet. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? No. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Is this your last case tonight?
No, sir, I got one more.
All right. Go ahead. Please state your name.
You know, Steve Michelini and I've been sworn. You know, if you had to draw an equation about how many cases you had in one night, you wouldn't draw this. It's just, I guess the luck of the Irish tonight. But anyway, the city staff and the planning commission have both found this to be consistent. The waiver that's being requested is between this property and a commercial use. Again, we've talked about this, and it probably needs to be addressed by a code change. The protective buffers are really for the residential properties, not for commercial properties. But the way the language is written, that's what's happening. Anyway, it's a residential 20. We're proposing 3 units. It is compatible and consistent with the surrounding area. The area, if you can see here, is surrounded by multifamily developments of all different shapes and sizes. Again, instead of reading all of these criteria, I'll just ask that they be received and filed, be part of the record. But it does promote the efficient use and sustainable use of the land. It allows the integration of different uses. It provides for and acknowledges that there are development patterns that are consistent with the area, encourages flexible development areas for transportation needs, promotes and encourages development of appropriate locations, now promotes more desirable living conditions and architectural features, allows the design is proposed development is unique and therefore needs the waivers, and the only waiver that's in there is the one that I mentioned. The waiver of allowed is substantially does not interfere with the rights of others, so it is in harmony with the general intent of the chapter and the code, and allows the waiver will result in substantial justice being done. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but again, I prefer that the record that reflect that I've asked that it be made, the acceptance regarding consistency.
Any questions? Anybody in the public wish to speak on this item? This is item number 9. Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Carlson, item number 9.
I'd like to move file number REZ 23-119, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 213 South New Jersey Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to PD plan development residential single family attached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I believe there's a revision sheet associated with that.
And add the revision sheet, and also to receive and file the code references that the applicant reference.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, roll call vote.
Carlson? Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Viera? Miranda? Maniscalco?
Yes.
Thank you, council.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 2nd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. located at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Yes, sir, item number 11.
Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 11 is RAZ 2411, a request to rezone 4314 West Gray Street from residential single-family 50 to planned development for residential single-family attached. I'll turn it over to Danny now.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. Our next case in the West Shore Planning District, specifically in the West Shore Palms neighborhood, subject site or sites within evacuation zone B. Subject site is shown here. It's between Manhattan and North Hubert Avenue. Surrounding area is predominantly residential. There's some townhome developments to the north of the site, as well as some single-family detached along this segment. There is also some multifamily along Hubert Avenue. Here is the adopted future land use map. The parcel and the subject surrounding parcels are recognized under the residential 20 designation. The proposed PD includes 4 residential attached dwelling units at an overall density of 17 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the R20 category. The rezoning will provide compatible infill development in an area planned for 20 dwelling units per acre. The average existent density of parcels recognized under the R20 designation between North Manhattan Avenue and North Hubert Avenue, excluding the subject site, is 9.39 dwelling units per acre, which is approximately 47% of the density planned for in this area of the city. The PD proposes a density of 17 dwelling units per acre, which will provide better utilization of land under the R20 category. Planning Commission staff finds that the request will not alter the character of the surrounding area. The comprehensive plan encourages single-family attached developments to be designed to include the orientation of the front door to a neighborhood sidewalk or street. The PD proposes a front door facing West Gray Street with a sidewalk connection to Unit 1. Units 2 through 4 propose front doors facing a sidewalk which connects to West Gray Street, meeting the intent of this policy. Finally, the PD also supports the plan's housing and compact city form strategy. The request will provide additional housing within proximity to transit and employment opportunities. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Yes, sir.
Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. We are back in the same neighborhood as item number 7, RZ 2378, that was on West North B Street. If it's the pleasure of council, I can go into great detail again of the development pattern. If not, we can go ahead and skip it. It's very clearly multifamily and single-family attached with a mixture of multifamily and PD zoning districts. Here is a site plan provided by the applicant. As Danny mentioned, the applicant is proposing 4 units with Unit 1 oriented towards West Gray Street and the other units oriented internally with a sidewalk providing connections to West Gray Street. The applicant is proposing 9 parking spaces, and 9 parking spaces are provided. The proposed height is 40 feet or 3 stories, and then additionally the applicant is retaining 2 28-inch trees at the rear of the site, and 1 guest parking spot is provided. We'll go to the aerials next. So here is the aerials. This would be the front facing Gray Street. This would be your internal drive aisle facing. This is your south and then your west elevation. This is looking south at the subject site here. This is looking south just west of the subject site at some of the single-family detached. This is south, looking southwest west of the site at some of the single-family attached being constructed. This is some single-family attached looking north from Gray Street west of the site. This is east of the site, but looking south. So this is the parcel next to the subject site, single-family detached. Another single-family detached on the north side of West Gray Street. And then east of the site, looking south on Gray Street, here's some single-family attached under construction. And then a little bit further east of the site, this is looking west down Gray Street, adds some multifamily that has been there for a little bit now. Development and Review Compliance staff finds the request consistent with the applicable City of Tampa development regulations. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the waivers as identified in the staff report and approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be made between first and second reading as stated on the revision sheet. I'm available for any questions.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Sam, what the facades with the front doors and the garages, what is that facing? Do you have a picture of what that's facing with the driveway?
Are you talking about the aerial? I mean, the elevations?
No, the actual pictures of the site. Like what is that property facing?
This property
where
right here?
where the driveway is. Like
The
what's,
drive-
so if the driveways are to the left of this picture,
Mhm.
and that's a single family house to the left?
Yes, on both sides of this property are single-family detached
Okay.
houses.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner, and yes, I've been sworn. We provided on the site plan so that the buffer on this side included the drive aisle as well as green space, so it's not directly against it. And on this side, we're meeting the buffer requirement in green space. So we're happy about all of the green space issues, quite honestly. But transit is available. 9 parking spaces are required. We're providing 9 spaces. As the staff has pointed out, we're surrounded by developing and redeveloped townhouses. Here's the aerial. Here's the subject site, and you can see what's going on in the area. So this is not an introduction of a new concept. This is the street, looking from the subject site, looking down the street. So there's plenty of compatibility involved here. Again, to save some time, I'll just ask that the staff report be received and filed, made part of the record. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, respectfully requesting your approval.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? This is item number 11. May I have a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Hurtak?
Yes, when looking at this design and looking at the developments around it, all of them have driveways that face the street, and all are actual front-facing units. So I don't believe this matches. So I'm going to motion to deny.
Okay.
I wanna.
Well,
Is there gonna
well,
be
I mean, no, I mean, my rationale, I mean, there's multiple reasons. One, we shouldn't be approving these types of aisle-style developments. But two, even if we did, the garages are only 21 feet wide, so we can't fit 2 cars in them. And B, or C, or 3, or whatever, when you look at the actual images of what is surrounding it, you have face-on units. You don't have this aisle-style development throughout the community. And because there are single-family properties all around still, you want it to sort of match with the neighborhood, and this would bring in something that isn't what the rest of the neighborhood has.
Yes.
So I think it's interesting because I think I was with you, but then when I saw the development pattern, it's a very eclectically developed area. So the type of multifamily housing that's going in there, I mean, it's really eclectic. So
It is, but they all face the front.
I mean, I get that, but again, the diversity of the type of housing in there, I think, kind of allows it. I like the fact is it's a 20-foot drive, and 21 I mean, I do actually, I have a 19-foot drive, garage, and I do fit 2 cars in it, by the way. But I do like the fact that there's a lot of green space. There's a lot of windows. You know, it's not a plain, you know, I don't know. I think it just fits with the eclectic development of the area. If it was in a different area, I don't think I would approve it.
Then if you want to try.
Yeah,
but-
yeah, I think I would approve it because it's just the areas, how, because we look at that as what justifies a PD, is if it's compatible with the built-out area, the neighborhood. And when I looked at those pictures, that's what I kind of saw. It's just a kind of a weird eclectic collection of interesting development.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, is there anybody else that wants to weigh in and tell us which way we should go?
So do you want to hold on your motion?
Yeah,
for now?
until I mean, because sounds like there's one of each of us, so what's the pleasure?
I'm going to be supporting it, so Councilmember Clendenin, if you want to make your motion first. Does anybody else want to chime in, or we just take the?
Is this the last parcel on Northeast Street?
Is this the what?
The last parcel on Northeast Street.
No, I mean, it's surrounded by single family.
Yeah.
That's what's so interesting about this part is really surrounded by single family, which is why the forward facing is so important in this case.
We haven't closed, right?
Yeah, I agree with Council.
We have closed now on Gray Street. What I saw in some of the photos, this is closer to West Shore Mall, correct?
You have to
Well,
read.
I saw in,
Well, motion open.
okay, I know the answer. I know the answer. We don't have to reopen.
Okay.
I know the answer because the photograph showed another parcel and I know where it's at, so unless anybody else wants to add anything else to reopen it, but I'm good.
I mean, I'll read it. Let's see where it goes. I move on ordinance file number REZ 2411, an application of Global Engineering to request a rezone property generally located at 4314 West Gray Street from RS50 to PD, residential single family attached. An ordinance being considered, presented for first reading and consideration, ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 43, God, I'm off my game today. And the general vicinity of 4314 West Gray Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications, RS50 residential single family to PD plan development, residential single family attached, providing an effective date. And I find that the statement of facts based upon competent substantial evidence found in the staff reports, applicants' reports, and testimony that establish that the compliance with the applicable goals and objectives and policies in the comprehensive plan. See the Planning Commission staff report, such as the proposed rezoning provides a density of 17 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated of the residential 20 designation, and will provide infill development on a site that presently underutilized, which is encouraged by land use policy 8.15.1 and 8.15.2. The proposed rezoning is consistent with housing policy 1.3.4 and land use policies 2.1.2 and 9.7.1, which encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. That in compliance with the Land Code sections 27.136, that the development as shown on the site plan promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, and provides an appropriate infill development in an area that is largely trending towards multifamily, single-family attached, and semi-detached uses.
We have a motion and we have a second. There's a revision sheet as well, correct?
With the revision sheet.
So, in one of the photos, I saw that there was the apartments, Adagio, I believe, and seeing how that part of Gray Street, you have more townhomes as it gets closer to West Shore Boulevard, between Lois and West Shore. It's a mix there, and it's been changing for the last decade, I would say. So I'm going to be supporting it. So we have a motion with the revision sheet from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Hurtak,
No.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
No.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak and Henderson voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 2nd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. located at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much, council.
Thanks. Last case of the night. We did it.
In the home stretch.
We did it.
Sam Thomas Development Coordination. Agenda item number 12 is REZ 2419, a request to rezone 803 and 809 West Linebaugh Avenue from residential single-family 60 and plan development to plan development for residential single-family semi-detached. I'll turn it over to Danny now.
Thank you.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. Our last case is within the University Planning District, specifically the East Forest Hills neighborhood. It's within Evacuation Zone E. Subject site is outlined in purple here. It's just to the west of North Ola Avenue and West Linebaugh Avenue. Surrounding areas predominantly residential. There is some multifamily development to the west of the subject site, as well as to the southwest of the site as well. There is some single-family detached in the immediate area as well. The proposed PD proposes 18 dwelling units at an overall density of 17.82 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the R20 designation. The request is consistent with LU Policy 2.1.2 in providing compatible infill development in an area planned for 20 dwelling units per acre. This segment of Linebaugh Avenue contains a mix of uses, including a place of religious assembly, multifamily, single-family residences, and parcel zoned for residential office uses. Forest Hills Elementary School is located just to the north of the subject site. Planning Commission staff finds the request comparable and compatible with the surrounding area. The plan encourages attached single-family uses to orient the front doors to a neighborhood sidewalk or street. The applicant is proposing a sidewalk adjacent to the site along North Ola Avenue and is retaining the existing sidewalks adjacent to the site along West Linebaugh, consistent with the mobility policies. Due to the existing 8-foot public drainage easement that runs along the West Linebaugh Avenue right-of-way, the applicant is unable to orient the primary entrances to units 6 through 9 along Linebaugh Avenue. The applicant has provided internal pedestrian connections to all proposed units that connect the entrances to the public rights-of-way. Planning Commission staff finds the PD meets the intent of LU Policy 9.2.6 by connecting the unit entrances to a neighborhood sidewalk and street. In conclusion, the proposed rezoning supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plans that relates to housing the city's population. The request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area and is consistent with the long-range development pattern encouraged under the R20 designation. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the Tampa comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. Available for any questions.
Any questions?
St.
Yes,
Thomas
sir.
Development Coordination. I won't go into the aerial map in too much detail. Danny covered it perfectly. You have the subject site outlined in red here. Overall, the surrounding area is mainly zoned residential single-family 60. You do have a planned development just to the west of the subject site here and here. This was approved in 2022 under REZ 22117, which allows for a medical office here and residential multifamily uses here. The PD that was approved on the site just to the west was approved in 2021 through REZ 2178 to allow for the use of residential semi-detached uses and semi-detached, detached and semi-detached uses. So let's see here. As you move north to the site, you have a public pool here. That's Danny Del Rio Pool. And then you have an elementary and a middle school a little bit further to the north. You have a church use here, multifamily, and then another church use here. And this PD was originally approved for 8 units. Let's see here. Here's the site plan provided by the applicant. Let's see here. The applicant is proposing 18 units within 9 buildings. All the units are oriented internally, as Danny mentioned, due to this drainage easement here. But there are proposed pedestrian connections. There's sidewalks that run along here and here, with connections coming down along there, and then a sidewalk along Lynn to come down to West Linebaugh Avenue. Vehicular access is provided from Linebaugh and North Lynn Avenue. 36 parking spaces are required and 41 spaces are being provided. You have guest parking here, here, and here. The proposed height is 35 feet or 3 stories. I'll show you some pictures of the subject site now, or of the subject site in the area, and the elevation. So this is the elevations for the portion of the subject site that is to the south, closest to Linebaugh. And these are your elevations for the northern half that's farther away from Linebaugh Avenue. And they're a little difficult to see, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll go into some pictures. This is looking west directly at the subject site. This is on Lynn Avenue. This is looking north on Lynn Avenue. This is the church here. This is the subject site. As you move farther north, you have the single-family detached uses. This is looking east. This is Lynn Avenue. This is the church. This is West Linebaugh. The subject site is right here. This is looking north. This is Linebaugh. So here's the subject site. This is Lynn Avenue right here. This is looking south across the street from the subject site. This is Linebaugh. This is looking east along Linebaugh Avenue. You can see the subject site here and then the church in the foreground. This is looking west on the opposite side of Linebaugh Avenue. The subject site is right here. This is the subject site where the multifamily was approved to the next to it. And then you can see some of the you can see that multifamily development in the foreground there. And then this is looking southwest along Linebaugh, so you can get a better view of that multifamily that's just down the street. I'll put the site plan back up real quick. Development Review and Compliance staff reviewed the application and find it consistent with the applicable City of Tampa development regulations. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the waivers as identified in the report and approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second read as stated on the revision sheet. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Mr. Pressman?
Mr. Chairman, council members, Todd Pressman, 200 Second Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. I am here this evening with Michael Leaks and Charlie Thomas. They've been very busy in a lot of areas in the city of Tampa providing a really unique and wonderful housing projects. This is one of them, which really is a portion that's referred to as a missing middle and workforce housing, which is what this project would be. This project is really about expanding prior approval already. If we could go to a short PowerPoint, please.
Yes, we have it up. There you go.
So the issue is from RS60 and PD to PD because it's been approved and they're expanding the project to the east for 18 single-family semi-detached units, just about 1 acre for 9 buildings, 2 units in each. It's in the University Planning District, the East Forest Hills neighborhood. DRC, zoning staff, planning commission all support it. We've had no neighborhood opposition. We've noticed 30 persons, and we have some documented support for you. As the staff has well pointed out, the area contains a lot of multifamily, including next door approval, and the site, which will move eastward. Across the street are apartments, and to the rear is a school and a city pool. Across the street, our apartments are existing, as you can see here. This is a letter of support from the church, which is the east adjacent owner across Lynn, and a second letter from another citizen that came through as well. There's a couple of waivers. They're connected to the expansion of the already approved site. There is some green area and vehicular use area, green open space that will be provided above and beyond what code requires. You've seen the site plan, which is very straightforward but very functional, and also the elevation that's been proposed for the site. So with that, we appreciate your consideration. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? All right.
And we appreciate you saving the best request for last.
Sir, it's you, you know. Anybody in the public wish to speak on this item? We have nobody registered.
Second.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin with a second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Carlson, did you read one of the last ones? Okay, Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading one?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Item number 12, number REZ 19. First consideration and orders rezoning property in general vicinity of 803, 809 West Linebaugh Avenue, City of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to PD plan development to PD plan development residential single family semi-detached, providing an effective date. And this Section 27-136, the development has shown that this site promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, and provides an appropriate transition to the block of West Linebaugh and North Boulevard and North Lynn Avenue from office to residential. In addition, the western portion of this site is currently approved for residential, single-family, attached and detached use. And for waivers, section number 27/139-4, the design and proposed development exceeds the multifamily green space requirements that exceeds the required VUA green space and provides required 21 trees. That in the mind, the request natural resources waivers are minimal and appropriate. The requested waivers are not substantially interfere with or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waivers.
Was that a second? I don't know what that was.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda with a muffled second by Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote, please.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 2nd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. located at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Okay, that concludes our agenda. We'll go to new business.
They want to leave us.
I know.
You still want to hang out here with us till we're done?
You want me to? All right.
Okay. Chair Pro Tem recognizes Chair Maniscalco.
So, thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation to David Llanos, one of our solid waste drivers who assisted a distraught mother in finding her lost child.
Second.
Truly showing how our City of Tampa team is committed to public service. I would like to present this at our regular session meeting on May 2nd.
We have a motion from Chair Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
And a happy early birthday to my dad. He turned 65 this week.
Happy birthday to you.
All right, that's it.
Take your gavel.
Councilmember Miranda, do you have?
Thank you. I just want to shout out to the Tampa Fire Rescue Tiffany and her hardworking team for their support for the front line of public safety personnel during this Occupational Health Nurse Week. And possibly when I get the names of all of them, I'll ask for a combination to be delivered on site.
Okay, do we have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. Anything else, sir? Any opposed? No? Councilmember Vieira.
Yes, sir. Couple really quick, if I may. I had mentioned about on April 18th to sort of lighten the agenda, moving the presentation on the Public Safety Master Plan. I have the consent of TFR and TPD, so I motion for that to go to May 16th.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I also motion, I was requested by Chief Burkoff to move item number 4503, set for the April 18th meeting, to be pulled from the public safety consent agenda to staff reports. This resolution is regarding approval of an agreement between corporations to develop communities of Tampa and safe and sound. In my conversations with TPD, the chief would like a chance to discuss the agreement and the impact on the community and our efforts towards gun violence prevention, particularly in light of recent events.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And Mr. Eric Conzi, who some of y'all may know, he's been a 30-year Tampa firefighter. Today he's actually retiring, and today's actually the day he did 30 years, which is interesting, began 30 years ago. Tampa City Council commendation for Eric Conzi.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
And then lastly, as I mentioned today at CRA, a workshop on Sulphur Springs in June of 2024. The agenda seems okay. If we need more time for that, we can move it to July or August.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda.
June.
It's the June workshop.
June workshop. 23rd.
Yes. The 27th of June.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds like.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And happy birthday, Ethel Kennedy.
That's right, 98.6? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have three things. City staff, I move that city staff comes before us on May 23rd to report on Tampa's urban tree canopy and the heat projects planned with emphasis in East Tampa.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I also move that every organization funded with social action funds be provided with advance notification that funding is to end on an annual basis, and place that in writing to all of the people who receive those funds, because they are subject to approval by City Council's budget adoption on an annual basis. Also, I want for us to, for staff to provide a comprehensive report to our new budget analyst who was hired recently, and outline who has agreements, who does not have agreements, who's in compliance with those agreements, and the number of years each organization has received funding from us. And I would like this by the end of May,
So that would be,
or June 1st.
all right, June 6th
June,
would be.
well, that's the staff meeting, but I would really want our budget analyst to get it, and then let her have the time to decide.
She's not starting for another 3 weeks.
Yeah, so June, right, so June 1st, they can have it done. I'm talking
For
about
her.
staff. Staff has to have it done for her, and then we can decide how long she would need later, at a later date.
Can we divide those questions? That first one, I think, needs to be agended. I don't think that's an item that we can decide today without public comment, without, I mean.
That's not true, no, it's up to us, because we control the budget. Actually, each fiscal year, we decide, we approve a budget, and the social action funds are on an annual basis. That budget is provided on an annual basis, so just a letter to those folks from city staff indicating they need to be aware.
Just a restatement of policy?
Just a restatement of policy.
Restatement of
because
policy, okay.
Yes, because I get the impression that organizations just continue to expect to receive this money year after year, and, it's just been standard.
Okay,
a standard
I
action.
understand where you're going.
So
I thought
just
you were trying to introduce something different.
No, it's not nothing different, but they should actually get notification, because I don't want anyone to assume that they will continue to get money. Even if we do approve for them to get money, they need to know that this is something we look at on an annual basis.
I would still suggest we do it for two different things.
I think this is a great idea.
Thank you, Carl.
Because yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
Mr. Shelby.
Is this to be, I guess, this is a request of the administration to provide a written report? Is that what you're asking for?
The written report is going to be for our budget analyst to share with us.
But I want to see it too.
Yeah, to share with us.
Yeah.
Yes, because she's new, so she doesn't need to stand before the public first. She can provide that information to us, because we're gonna all be, talking to her anyway as the new budget analyst for us. So, I don't think it's necessary for her to be public right away with some of the tasks that we ask her to do. We're looking into things, we're diving into budget things, so,
So we can be briefed, and then.
we can be
then we'll
briefed,
put it on
and
the
then we
agenda.
can decide, exactly, because
So-
we make those
So
decisions.
you're asking for a written report by June 1st?
From staff to have it completed
Yes,
and to provide it to our budget analyst.
yes.
Okay, we have.
June 6th.
Yeah, June 6th is fine.
Yeah,
6th.
June 1st is a Saturday.
Okay, I
Second.
just,
Okay.
Second.
thank you for supporting that.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Okay.
opposed? Yes, ma'am.
Good, and the next one, I move that we increase the salary of Tampa City Council effective May 2027 to $73,713, and not be subject to any increases of this particular budget year, or years while we're on council, but for the next election cycle, effective May 2027.
And that, may I ask a question, because I'm, may I, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So you're looking to increase the salary to the 75 range, not to take effect until after the next election?
Correct, which is something that this, from the conversations that we had before, Board Member Carlson made that motion, I seconded it before, but, unfortunately, it did have a, what do you call those things?
Amendment.
Yes, and so it failed. But from what I was hearing up here, there are several council members that are willing to do it for the next election cycle. That's what you all were communicating. So I'm just the person bold enough to do that because, of course, I'm not the politician, I'm the teacher.
We have motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Vieira, yes, sir.
I understand, I'm not, the discussion of the last time, I think there was some debate about what the mean average was, and there's variation. I was looking at that, and I'm not speaking to anyone directly, just my memory. I think it was someone said it was 72,000, and I had the thing that came out in the Tampa Bay Times, and there said it was 68. They had a scale of maybe 10 of cities and so forth, and I think it was 68,700 something. But I'm not going to vote for a raise that big for anybody. I don't think private enterprise gives a raise of $20,000 or whatever it is to from 56 or whatever it is now to 70 something, it's 18,000 or whatever it is. I don't think you get any raise like that in any private industry from one year to another.
Yeah, well, this is not
I
a raise.
understand.
This is not a raise, Ms. Miranda. This is for a new election cycle to bring it in line with a comparable wage for someone who takes on this job, who we understand how much time it takes. We don't need to get into the debate of that again. So it's just, yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak and then Carlson.
I would support it if it included a robust, maybe I'll just leave it to Councilman Carlson, because, the idea of keeping up with cost of living increase and all of that, so it's not gonna be 75 by then, and so I wouldn't vote for it unless it had those things already built in.
You mean cost of living adjustment?
Cost of living adjustment, readjusting. I wouldn't vote for just a number. I would vote for adjusting to vote for something for the next council that's based on a study done at that time to look at other municipalities, to look at the cost of living increase and build it in so that future councils don't have to argue about this.
Yeah, okay. Well, I can make that adjustment to it because there are studies done on that, so that number can be determined by a neutral party and presented to us at that time, whatever it is. But it could fall within a range similar to this, so I don't have to tie necessarily a dollar figure to it. But based on the study that was done before that was presented by the chief of staff, we can take a look at the study and what's taken into consideration. I'm, definitely open to that.
Councilmember Carlson, then Councilmember.
Similar to what Councilmember Clendenin said, I think this one is sufficient enough that it should be scheduled and publicly noticed. We had the discussion before, we ran out of time. I think big things, to us, in reality, it's not a big thing, but I, just so the public doesn't think we're trying to pull a fast one, I think we ought to schedule it. I'd be in favor of scheduling it. If the vote's tonight, I have to vote no. I think that it has to be a formula. I don't think that any city council in the future should have to vote on their salary. I had suggested a percentage of what the mayor earns. It sounded like you all didn't like that, but no future city council should have to vote on a raise for themselves. And cost of living may not be enough if inflation is 10% and whatever form, my brain's not working tonight. It could be that the formulas don't match up, but I think we should argue that in a publicly noticed discussion. Also, there is a jump right now. Your mic is sorry, the number right now is artificially low. And by the way, I'm not going to be on city council in 3 years, so I'm not voting for myself.
Well, no one is because we're not re-elected.
But anyway, it's I think the pay for city council is artificially low, and so there's a justification for a one-time jump, and then from there it should be based on some kind of formula. But I hope that you will change it to a scheduled thing, and we can discuss it and approve something, so no city council should have to vote on itself again.
Well, I appreciate those comments. I'm open to doing that. I just, someone has to have the courage to address it. It did fail, 2 weeks ago, but we can't just let it die and not do anything about it. This is similar to Resolution 568. We have to tackle things that are hard, and this is just one of them, and find something that will be amendable to where it's, passable. So, yeah, I can take it off the table, but at least we had the discussion again today.
Can you schedule it for, are you gonna
So
schedule?
I've never scheduled things like that before. Let's see.
Why don't you schedule it for that workshop
Can I
that,
speak before we do this?
Wait, Councilmember Clendenin and Vieira.
Okay.
Schedule it for,
Let me
it's,
speak first before you do.
Sure.
A couple of notes here. I've been consistent. I think that, I'm glad you said courage. I'm looking at myself in the
May
mirror. I look
23rd.
disheveled.
Thank you.
I'm glad you said courage because that was my whole point all along, is I support the salary increase, but I also think we should have the courage to say, what is that position worth? And if it's worth that, we should have the courage to stand up and say it's worth it now. I think kicking it down the street is kind of cowardly. That's my own personal opinion. I think because you have to, like you just said, we have to have the courage to do the right thing. What is the right thing? We have to have the courage to do the right thing. And I think we have to have that in every decision we make. It's not about kicking it down the street and again, that's the difference between policy and politics. And by the way, look in the mirror. You are a politician. You are by definition, you are a politician. Hold on one second.
Okay.
We also have, if we're going to pursue that agenda, if we're not going to have the courage to say this is what the job description is, this is the time that it entails, this is the comparative salaries, this is what it's worth today. If we don't have the courage to do that, if we're kicking it down the street, we got 3 years. Let's do it right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get an analysis done. Let's banter this about. I don't think it needs to be rushed. We've got 3 years to do it. Let's take our time and do it right. We don't have to rush this. Let's make sure that we follow the process the way it should be done, the way any private business would do, the way any even government agency would do. You would not just go for it. You'd actually study it. You'd get those comparative data, and you bring that forward. And you know what? The facts will speak for themselves. The facts will speak for themselves.
And
Councilmember
And-
Vieira.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and, I mean, it seems like there's only 4 of us that are gonna have to make this decision, because 3 people have made it very clear that they don't want raises. So I think if the 4 of us could just continue to work on it, we'll find space.
Councilmember Vieira.
Yes.
Wait,
He
Vieira had it
hasn't
first.
spoken or. Yeah, no, and I was gonna say, I wanna push back on something, which is a policy disagreement is not playing politics. It's not being cowardly. It's a difference in opinion. I'm of the opinion, and I've said this and been consistent since this came up, which is that if we vote on a salary increase, it shouldn't take effect until after an election. That's it. And I do support that. I actually motioned for something similar to that that Councilman Henderson is trying for now, 2 weeks ago or a week ago, whenever we had that. And I do believe that this city council, this position, should get paid more, but I just think that we should first have an election before it takes place. It's my opinion. But again, that's a policy disagreement, not anything else. So again, I'll support that if it comes back in that form. But something else, again, I won't. But Councilman Hertag is right. I think there's 4 votes for the other one. And guess what? That's fine. All you need is 4 votes, right? As someone once infamously said.
Councilmember Miranda.
And if you look at all the tapes, I never said I was ever against a raise. I said I was not going to give myself a $20,000 a year raise. I said that in the beginning. So I'm not opposed to raises. I'm opposed to the amount of that raise that was discussed. And I said that 4% or whatever the general employees, fine with me. And it's not about the raise of that. It's about what they gave us in the beginning. They had Orlando, they had Miami, I think they had Fort Lauderdale and St. Petersburg. And in that area there, that salary was never over $60,000, if I recall.
But let's hypothetically, if the data came back, but if the data came back and justified it, would you change that opinion?
I did, but it's not coming back.
But if it did, let's hypothetically, let's say
I'm not opposed to something that says it's based on the same people, different cities that are doing the same job. And that's what it's all about.
Right. That's what I'm
being
saying.
an
That's why I'm asking
engineer
for a
or being a
study.
pilot, you fly for one airline or the other, you might have a disparity, but it's not that big.
Right.
That's
why
what
I'm asking
I'm
for
saying.
that.
I'm not opposed to anything like that. I'm opposed to making a big raise.
I think St. Pete City Council's at like 64 or 65. They baked it into their budget.
I might suggest that you either to put it on the workshop.
I will, on May 23rd.
But between now and then, maybe solidify what we actually want to talk about and then bring it back as an amendment when you're ready, but let's set the date.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much. So let's schedule it for May 23rd's workshop.
The deputy city clerk recommended June 27th workshop.
Okay,
Just
June-
due to the schedule for
June
May
27th?
23rd. So
Is she listening? Where is she?
She is.
June 20,
She's in the cloud.
June 23rd, so you can just, 27th, okay, June 27th. So we still have to vote on it.
We have a
Thank you.
motion from Councilmember Henderson for June
Can you
27th
read
workshop.
Can you get the words right? Can you just tell us the words again on that?
Yeah, well, we're gonna workshop it now, so I move that we,
Just gonna set the workshop.
set the workshop to discuss a salary increase for the next election cycle, May 2027, for our June 20-something,
27th.
7th workshop.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes.
We have a
Maybe you
motion.
can convince me.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson,
go.
second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This is just to put it on the
Oh,
workshop,
this is,
right?
yeah, it's just a
Anything else,
workshop. No, it was just 3 things, and there was some, I can't remember what it was. I wanted to congratulate someone. I don't want to be here all night, but I did want to congratulate someone, but I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Dawn Staley. I don't know. I can't remember now, but I think it was local. Something great happened, but anyway, happy Thursday.
Go ahead, sir.
I have one. I request by the planning commission to remove TACPA 2403 from the May 23rd, 2024, 501 adoption public hearing.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else, sir? Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Hurtak? Councilmember Carlson?
Yep. Just one quick, remember Stephanie Pointer was in here this morning?
Yep.
A multi-hundred unit is literally going right next to her house, and she found out about it, I think, yesterday. The law, the live local law is what it is, but within what we're allowed to do in the law, I think we at least should be able to require notice, but I'd like to ask staff the question, and then also,
I thought we talked about this. We talked about the fact that when you have to now notice twice. You notice at the beginning of a project. Like for all projects, we even brought Live Local up during that discussion.
but it didn't, apparently it didn't happen in this case. The other thing is that if we're offering bonus density and city subsidies, I don't think it should be automatic for Live Local projects. And so I would like to make a motion, ask staff to just ask them to report on June 20 as to creating a notice requirement for Live Local applications and to limit or prohibit Live Local access to bonus density and or city subsidies.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Wells?
I'll just wait till June.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
No,
Sir?
You guys don't get paid enough for this.
All right. We have a motion to receive and file from Councilmember Henderson. So we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
Oh, I wanted to stay here.